criticized for calling Putin a war criminal. He is a war criminal.
For the moment, it's passive, but he's certainly making a statement, and it's a statement about censorship.
The Russians obviously miscalculated the extent of Ukraine's resistance.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance, Early Edition with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and here's what's coming up on today's program. Piling on the pressure, the U.S. Treasury cuts Russia off from making dollar debt payments through American banks. Washington and Brussels weigh more sanctions. Nickel fallout. JP Morgan reviews its commodity exposure after last month's LME chaos. And stay with Bloomberg Early Edition. This hour we speak to the Legal and General Chief Executive Nigel Wilson and to the boss of the largest sunflower oil producer and exporter in Ukraine, the Colonel Chief Executive Levgen Osipov. We'll send in your questions on IB Plus TV Go. Now, first thing is first, so let's check in on the markets. We're seeing markets relatively calm. Now, European stocks actually advancing. U.S. equity futures also a little bit more elevated. We have a wonky double European stocks so that you really see the full extent of exactly what we're seeing, which is stocks gaining 0.3% higher, energy stocks following crude oil 0.7% higher. Now, we keep on looking at the inverted yield curve on various parts of the markets to give us a sense on whether we should panic a little bit more. Markets move really continuing to be shaped by the ramification of the war in Ukraine and, of course, being shaped by tightening monetary policy as well as raw material cost stoking inflation. So this is a picture across the board. I don't know whether we do have the European map. If we do, let's get to that. We also need to look at technology. A lot of the talk today will be on what Elon Musk is trying to do. All right. So that's across asset. If we have the European MAC, let's bring it up. Otherwise, we continue with the war in Ukraine. And the U.S. says it might impose further sanctions this week on Moscow as the world's attention focuses on allegations that Russian troops executed civilians in Bucha and other towns.
You may remember I got criticized for calling Putin a war criminal. Well, the truth of the matter is so what happened in Bucha. This warrants him. He is a war criminal. But we have to gather the information. We have to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to continue the fight. And we have to gather all the detail so this can be have a war crime trial.
Now, Russia denies its forces killed civilians. For more on what, of course, is going on, Bloomberg's Europe correspondent Maria Tadeo joins us. So, Maria, condemnation growing over these alleged Russian atrocities, both the U.S. and Europe promising more sanctions. How effective can they actually be?
Well, Francine, the biggest question until this point is the European Union and the United States promise the mother of all sanctions. But the reality is, until now, Russia has continued to service its debt, and of course it continues to sell oil and gas to the European Union. So the political pressure now after the pictures in Bucha is growing to put an end to that and actually come up with very effective, rough sanctions on the country. We know on the part of the United States, they're moving to block payments of U.S. dollar denominated from U.S. banks in the U.S. That would force Russia to either use its reserves or essentially default on its debt. And then when it comes to the European Union, Francine, tomorrow there will be a very important meeting here in Brussels of ambassadors to decide whether or not this time around they want to touch energy. But again, we know the reality about this. It's very divisive. The Germans, up until yesterday, we heard from Christian Lindner, say we're not ready to cut off gas. And today, the French Finance Minister Bruno Le Maire saying it is clear that we don't have unanimity at this point.
So, Maria, the U.S. warning that Russia may have changed its plans to concentrate its forces on Ukraine's eastern region. Where does this leave peace talks?
Well, Francine, and that was, by the way, very much reflected this morning by the General Staff of the Army of Ukraine, saying that retreat from the west means they're focusing now on the east, and there's very heavy fighting across the Donbass. In fact, the Ukrainians expect a major operation from the Russian army to try to lock their control of Luhansk and Lugansk. Now, Francine, when it comes to the peace talks, what we're seeing as the reality is we're very far from a ceasefire. The fighting continues on the ground, and for the Ukrainians, they believe that a lot of this is part of the tactics before the real talks begin, that Russia will try to really get control of the east, come in with with talks or to the talks with that leverage. And then at that point, you get into the serious stage of negotiations. But of course, this means that the fighting and everything that it entails in human lives could continue for weeks.
Maria, thanks so much. Maria Tadeo there in Brussels. Now, Bloomberg has also learned that the U.S. Treasury has halted dollar debt payments from Russian government accounts as U.S. financial institutions. Now, joining us are Bloomberg Markets editor Christina Kino and Valentin Marinov, head of G10 FX research at strategy at Crédit Agricole. So thank you both for joining us. Christina, I mean, this does not leave actually a lot of choices for what Russia does next, and whether it defaults or pays it using revenue or actually some of their reserves.
Absolutely, Francine. It really does corner Russia into a couple of options that they really probably do not want to make at this point. But I think that's the whole point of Treasury developments overnight, is to really up the ante on that front. And, you know, I think there's been a bit of a sigh of relief over the past month, because initially the questions with regards to the sanctions was that whether Russia was able to service its debt. And they've shown repeatedly over the past month that they have been able to make those coupon payments. They've been able to make principal payments. But now that again raises that question. And for investors, it really will be again a question of, is Russia going to have to default on its debt or not?
I mean, does it mean, Christine, that actually, you know, I guess bit by bit sanctions are being put up so that the pressure will go up and markets don't seem, especially on the stock side, don't seem to have noticed?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct, Francine. The way to characterize it is kind of it's incremental steps that we're seeing from various governments here with regard to Russia sanctions. Certainly on the bond payments front, that's what we've seen as well. Initially, prior to this action overnight, Treasury had indicated that it will have exemptions in place until the 25th of May for these transactions for Russia bond payments to get carried through. That kind of just is out the window now after the overnight developments. So again, I think it's now a matter of those incremental steps kind of adding up to really build the pressure on Russia at this point.
Yeah, and Valentin, this is having a huge impact on, of course, most of the foreign exchange and some of the currencies that you're watching. How much more volatility are you expecting?
Well, I mean, geopolitical risks are here to stay, and there was a period where we did see those risks subsiding, but following the latest developments, any renewed sell-off in the ruble in particular could indeed spike FX volatility. Historically, the euro, Swedish crown in the G10 space, but also Central Eastern European currencies with those massive economic exposure to both Ukraine and Russia, dependent on Russian gas, will likely bear the brunt of any correction there. Yeah.
So if you look at the oil-rich countries, something of Canada, if you look at Norway and some of the others, what happens to those currencies?
Well, it is the case that, as unfortunate as it may be, the war in Ukraine has ushered in a whole new template for the FX markets. We're in the world of where you buy high-yielding currencies of energy exporters. I would add the Australian dollar to the ones you've mentioned, and you essentially fund those purchases by selling euro, but also the Japanese yen, low-yielding currency of an energy importer. And that is here to stay. The one thing that is allowing that is the fact that risk sentiment remains remarkably resilient. So a potential spike in FX volatility could potentially derail that for a time, but ultimately those currencies could emerge as the biggest winners from what's happening at the moment.
And Christine, let me bring you over to a chart that actually Valerie put together, which is looking at some of stocks. So I think we're breaking it down in Europe, UK, US, and MSCI, and how they've been performing since the beginning of the war. If we can bring it up, I'll show you exactly what it tells us, and it does seem to have recouped a lot of the losses. What's the next, I guess, fault line for stock investors right now?
Well, Christine, I think now, you know, it would have to be kind of going back to those original catalysts earlier in the year. Again, the path of Federal Reserve policy very much still on the radar for investors, in addition to risks related to Russia and Ukraine. And I think the combination of this has muddied the picture a little bit for investors. You know, I think for a time there was this notion that what we're seeing in Ukraine could potentially slow the process of policy normalization. But we've heard from several Federal Reserve policymakers policymakers over the last few weeks that they really are driving home this point that, look, 50 basis point rate hikes, potentially multiple rate hikes of that size could be in the offing here because they really want to get ahead of that inflation factor. And so, you know, it's been a fight, I suppose, in terms of the prominent market catalyst between these two. But I think now the attention is shifting again to the Fed and what it's going to do next.
Yeah, all about the Fed. But I do want to ask you, before we get onto the Fed, Valentine, we have some of the Russian reserves. I don't know whether we have that chart, but again, it's a good chart and seeing how much they've used so far since the start of the war. Let's bring it up, and here it is, as if by magic. We have the Russia reserve drain. I mean, where does this economy end up? Do you look at Russia?
Well, on occasion we have to. I mean, it is the one place that's driving the markets at the moment, but they're slowly but surely running out of reserves. If anything, they have certainly run down their dollar debt, so they don't have to really use a lot of those at the moment. The latest restrictions, however, may indeed speed that up. It is the case that the Russian central bank, with their massive hikes and indeed the capital control restrictions, managed to stem the outflow. But the thing is, and as you said at the very beginning, the Western allies of Ukraine are trying to ever so slowly tighten the grip. And one of the consequences of that would be Russia slowly but surely running out of reserves, as they indeed have to rely on their onshore reserves to repay their FX debt down the road.
All right, so thank you both. Our Bloomberg Markets editor, Christina Kino, and Crédit Agricole's Valentin Marinoff, even, if I can speak. I need an espresso. Both stay with us. Twitter, this is what it's doing in pre-market trade. A lot of chatter on Twitter on the back of Elon Musk now being the biggest shareholder. He was tweeting about whether there should be an edit button. But then if you look at a lot of the news around it, it's also he'll be a passive shareholder. So we were wondering, you're the world's richest man. You only take a 10% stake. Are you really going to sit on your laurels and be passive? Or are you going to change what the strategy and also, as he's been saying on Twitter, go for more free speech? Now, Smart Conversations continue on Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. This hour, we speak to the Legal and General Chief Executive, Nigel Wilson, to the boss, also the largest sunflower oil producer and exporter in Ukraine. That's the Colonel Chief Executive, Levgen Osipov. Send in your questions on IB plus TV Go. This is Bloomberg.
All eyes are on not just Russia and Ukraine, but all the rest of us in terms of how we're going to react. And there's a complex set of dynamics at play, certainly on the economic front.
Well, that was Catherine Tai, U.S. trade representative, speaking exclusively to Bloomberg. Now back with us, Bloomberg Markets editor Christina Kino and Valentin Marinoff, head of G10 FX research and strategy at Crédit Agricole. So first of all, Christina, when you look at some of the dynamics, and we're talking a little bit about the fact that it's not the same catalyst for stocks than it is for bonds, everything, of course, is underpinned by inflation and forecasts of what the Fed does. Are we seeing banks kind of more aligned than they were just a couple of months ago as data comes in?
Absolutely, Francine. I think, people now are really coming to the realization that inflation is here to stay. It's no more transitory, which was the discussion, point of discussion a few months ago. And so I think investors have now had time to adjust really their strategies for that. We are starting to see, for instance, even in the equity space, start to think about what would be kind of the inflation hedges within that space. We're starting to see people thinking about companies with a good cash flow, good pricing power that they're able to pass on costs to investors. And in the bond markets, the question that's being asked at the moment is, have bond yields really risen enough to compensate for that inflation bite for investors? We're already starting to see people asking the question of whether it's time to go back into 30-year Treasury yields, which we know have had a really massive run up. And Treasuries in general have had a record quarterly loss in the first quarter. So you're starting to see some signs of bargain hunters and bottom fishers at this point.
Yeah, if you go back to what it means for currencies, and first of all, what does it mean for dollar? Does the sanction have a ripple effect? Because, a lot of countries around the world say, look, they're no longer reliable as a reserve currency, so I want to get out.
Well, I mean, it is having an impact. And one interesting consequence of what's happening is that many emerging markets are now essentially considering their dollar exposure as making them vulnerable to future dollar sanctions. So essentially, there is a temptation that they could actually follow in the suit of the Russian central bank, really reduce that dollar exposure and do what they want to do, pursue a more independent foreign policy. I'm not saying starting a war, but still. So from that point of view, there's a bit of a clash between the role of the dollar as the king dollar, king of the G10, and the role of the US really as the sheriff of the global world. And ultimately, all that may boil down to a situation where we could have a global economy which is split in economic blocks that have less use for the dollar as a global transaction currency, which could mean that the role...
How do you play that then?
Well,
lower yielding currencies?
Well, ultimately, it's the case that you have to be looking for replacement proxies. You're buying the renminbi, you're buying the euro, for the time being still the most liquid proxy with its own problems. But the renminbi so far has been the biggest beneficiary by far, and that's likely to remain the case.
But that's also divergence play, right?
But it is, in a way, it's the case that if you imagine a world which is dominated by certain superpowers and by implication their currencies dominating the transaction flows there, these will be the biggest challenges to the dollar in the next 5 to 10 years.
Christina, how should we look at oil right now?
Well, yeah, it's very interesting, Francine, because the knee-jerk reaction, of course, is higher on the back of potentially more sanctions. And you can understand that anything that kind of is an indication of potential escalation in the conflict would boost oil. But I think just looking at the comments themselves from what we've heard from the EU and the US, again, you know, these are small steps, incremental steps that they're taking and not necessarily automatically amounting to the biggie, really, which investors are watching out for, which is potential just en masse oil embargoes for anything that comes out of Russia. But, you know, that's certainly not something that Europe, for instance, would want to do at this stage, considering how much they're getting from Russia. And so there is potential for investors at this point to over-egg and over-interpret what we're currently hearing in the sanctions front and translating that into a higher oil price. I just question the sustainability of that at this point.
I love his setup. We're going around the world in like 90 seconds. What do you do with yen? Do you play it against Aussie dollar or
Aussie dollar, definitely, I think.
Not US dollar.
Well, US dollar is quite a bit overdone, overvalued, overbought. I mean, Aussie could go to 80 cents per dollar. It still has further to go, according to our models. And the yen is already quite a bit undervalued there. It is the case that the BOJ is getting a bit uneasy about it. The MOF really has been on it last week. So it is also the case that historically, at least, when you get a very undervalued yen, really the Japanese investors, the biggest buyers of treasuries that have been doing so unhedged, they start to worry about their downside risk. So essentially any future flows from here into the US Treasury market from Japan likely to be hedged. And that's going to weaken the positive correlation between treasury yields and dollar yen. So I think the best days of that trade are behind us, as in long dollar yen. So look for alternatives. Aussie yen, yes, definitely, yeah.
Thank you both for joining us. Valentin, thank you so much for that great insight. Our Bloomberg Markets editor, Christina Kino, and Valentin Marinov, head of G10 FX Research and Strategy at Crédit Agricole. Do you like it how I pronounce it the French way? I don't know why I need to, but I feel like, you know, it cheers up Valentin. Plenty more still to come on Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. This hour we speak to Legal and General Chief Executive Nigel Wilson and to the boss of the largest sunflower oil producer and exporter, Colonel Chief Executive Levgen Osipov. Send in your questions on IB Plus TV Go. This is Bloomberg. Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, JP Morgan said to be reviewing its business with some of its commodity clients, a move that could actually drain more liquidity out of the sector. This is after last month's nickel short squeeze. Well, joining us now with the very latest is Jack Farchi, a world-renowned author with our Javier Blas, also an energy and commodities team reporter. Now, Jack, first of all, what does this move mean for the already very turbulent nickel market?
Well, JP Morgan is a huge participant in commodity markets and particularly in metals markets. There aren't that many banks that play a big role in metals, and JP Morgan is by a long way the biggest. Now, the story that we have this morning, it's saying that JP Morgan is reviewing its exposure in commodities. It's doing additional due diligence on a number of its clients, looking again at some financing deals. So we're not saying that JP Morgan is getting out, but it's going to be a concern certainly for commodity markets and particularly metals markets, where liquidity at the moment is really very thin. I mean, you can see nickel in particular. Yes, the market has reopened after that massive short squeeze, but it's essentially not trading. You're trading a few lots a day. The price is barely moving. There's not an awful lot of activity happening on the market, and that's a pretty worrying and illiquid image of what is, you know, a huge global market that matters a lot for the world economy.
So, Jack, what's the concern right now? Is there a big margin call coming that could send metal traders running for the hills?
Well, I think we saw it in early March in nickel with Tsingshan, this big Chinese, you know, the world's largest stainless steel and nickel producer, had a big short position. Turns out a very big short position in LME nickel, and it got squeezed. But that happened in nickel. It could happen in other markets. Russia is a huge producer of commodities. As you know, sanctions are ratcheted up on Russia, as seems to be happening. There's more and more risk of large price moves, and anyone who has big positions on commodity markets could be at risk of some moment when they can't pay their margin calls, and suddenly you see markets doing these extremely volatile things and blow-ups happening. So I think it's a risk that everyone involved in commodities is extremely aware of and worried about at the moment.
Jack, thanks so much. Bloomberg's Jack Varchi there. Now, still to come, we speak to the Legal and General Chief Executive, Nigel Wilson, and to the boss of the largest sunflower oil producer and exporter, Colonel. The Chief Executive, Yevgeny Osipov, of course, joins us a little bit later on. Send in your questions on IB Plus TV Go. This is Bloomberg. Piling on the pressure, the U.S. Treasury cuts Russia from making dollar debt payments through American banks. Washington and Brussels weigh more sanctions. Nickel fallout. JP Morgan reviews its commodities exposure after last month's LME chaos. And stay with Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. Up next, we speak to the Legal and General Chief Executive, Nigel Wilson, and to the boss of the largest sunflower oil producer and exporter in Ukraine, the Colonel Chief Executive, Yevgeny Osipov. Send in your questions on IB Plus TV Go. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, first thing is first, so let's check in on the markets. Actually, when you look at what stocks are doing, they seem to stay pretty much calm in certain parts, also even elevated. It's certainly the energy stocks that are giving a boost to the rest of the markets. Bonds are retreating amid worries about inflation and the policy response. So if you look at the pattern that we've seen over the last 2 weeks, market moves continuing to be shaped by the ramification of the war in Ukraine and tightening monetary policy as these raw material costs are stoking inflation. Now, we, of course, begin with the war in Ukraine. The U.S. says it might impose further sanctions this week on Moscow as the world's attention focuses on allegations that Russian troops executed civilians in Bucha and other towns.
You may remember I got criticized for calling Putin a war criminal. Well, the truth of the matter is so it happened in Bucha. This warrants him. He is a war criminal. But we have to gather the information. We have to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to continue the fight. And we have to gather all the detail so this can be have a war crime trial.
Now, while a consensus is forming that the war in Ukraine is a pivotal moment for ESG investing, a UK review is arguing that an H should also be added to the mix to represent health inequity. Now, the report published by insurance giant Legal and General and the University College of London Institute of Health Equity says ill health reduces productivity. Well, to tell us more about that is the Legal and General Chief Executive, Nigel Wilson. Nigel, so great having you in the studio. So thank you so much for coming on to talk about the report. I mean, first of all, there does seem seem to be a consensus, forming that it's pivotal that we look at things like the S and exactly what's happening in Ukraine in the investing. Do you agree?
Yes, yeah, and health is another part of that equation.
And so what does that mean in terms of health? I mean, first of all, if we just focus on how the war in Russia is changing ESG, will it change the way that we deal with autocracies? Does ESG need to be much more mindful of the good and harm that it's doing?
Indeed, I think that's the trend we're seeing, aren't we, right across the world? And it's very sad what's happening in Ukraine, and desperately sad at times. But actually, it's coalescing the good, and that people really want to do the right things, the right reasons, delivering right outcomes, which you've heard me say for many years with you.
So talk to me about the H that you want to add. Is it adding to ESG, or is it a part of ESG that needs to look at the health?
I think we're trying to add it to, because health is wealth, and people really understand that health really matters. And we in the UK, a bit like America, are blessed with fantastic universities, do amazing research and whatever. And the background to this is Michael Marmot did a brilliant report in 2010 and revisited it in 2021 and found virtually on every measure we'd gone backwards. And we started having a discussion, dialogue with them, and how can we help as somebody who has enlightened self-interest, because we all want happy, healthy, productive employees working for purpose-led organisations. It's sort of 101 of business right now, and this is part of the mechanism of getting us all there.
Yeah, so how do you measure it, first of all, would be my first question. It's extremely difficult. And do you not measure it through, wealth, or is there a GDP metric that could work?
I think we're not short of metrics, believe it or not. And the university's got lots of metrics that they've been using, broken down by different demographic groups and whatever. And some of them are subjective. That's part of the problem, and therefore the historical data is quite subjective. But increasingly, we want to measure really what's happening in different organisations and being able to benchmark. And it's a bit like climate change a few years ago, the Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 in health, virtually parallel to climate. We've seen such a positive response to that across the world, very different from a few years ago, where we think health needs to be categorised in the same way.
But Nigel, so this would be what for? Is it in terms of investing? So is it investing in a company and for employees, or is it investing in a country? And again, is this because of COVID? Because health is very difficult. I mean, first of all, the data around health is extremely difficult. It's just if you have the money once you become ill to cure yourself.
Yes, that is one of the problems. I guess corporates in general, big business, is doing a pretty good job, and this is a fantastic example. This used to be our building. For 60 years, this is where we were. Bloomberg had done an amazing job making this a fantastic place to work with, healthy food, and health exudes out of this building. When we had it, it was rubbish, very bad work environment, and it wasn't living up to anywhere near our standards. So we ended up moving elsewhere and having a much better working environment. And all those things about let's all pay the living wage. In fact, let's all pay the living healthy wage for people so they can actually live a healthy lifestyle right now. Because the point you made about economics is true. We sort of tested this with a number of corporates, and everybody was up for it. I mean, the problem is not the Bloombergs and the L&Gs of this world. It's the thousands or hundreds of thousands of SMEs who are not doing this. And, poor health is terrible for productivity. We've got a huge productivity problem in the UK, and we found actually in the data that, regionally, there's a huge difference in productivity, and a lot of that's, 30% of that's correlated with health.
But Nigel, this should be addressed by the government, right? This is why you have your rules and regulation and minimum wage, and they should be taking care of employees.
They should be, in one sense, but actually we've always taken a view that we're very happy to roll our sleeves, as you know, and get stuck into these really big policy issues and try and make a difference. And we've done that in housing and regeneration in lots of areas. We've got tons of money to invest around these ideas, but we're finding this narrative resonates everywhere, and that people really want to step up and try and figure out how.
Well, does it resonate with chief executives? Because it also means, but it means that you're paying your employees more, and that leads to wage inflation.
No, I think that's a very old-fashioned view of it, to be honest. Is that
I'm very old-fashioned.
Yeah, people want to be productive and healthy and happy, and they want to feel pumped up when they come to work. A lot of people are missing it. I'll be missing coming here and getting grilled by you. So nice.
And we're pumped
today, but we need to change, and we need to change for the better. And COVID was a catalyst for that. And the fact that actually in 10 years, and Gordon Brown worked with Marmot on that a long time ago, nothing's happened. Not enough.
I guess my point, Nigel, is that if you're a small and medium-sized enterprise chief executive, you can see your people, so you want them happy. If you don't, do you really need a metric to measure it, or do you say, "Hey, John, how's it going? Like, what can I help to make your life easier?"
We were in Manchester yesterday, and actually, SMEs desperately need to actually. How do we do this? How do we make it happen? Big companies can make it happen. And what's the benefit? And how do, people don't want big sickness and absenteeism. They don't want massive staff turnover. They don't want long-term sickness in there.
And they want loyalty.
They want loyalty. They want loyalty, absolutely. And mental health is absolutely growing exponentially amongst all the demographic groups. And we know that there's massive stress in the workplace right now, and we've got to resolve that and actually purposefully resolve that.
So do you think COVID has actually changed our relationship with employees?
Yes.
Has it changed the social contract with government?
Yes, absolutely. And I think we're trying to figure out what's the rules and how do we capture all that positive momentum and put real money behind this, so really making a difference. That's why we've got the partnership with UCL, fantastic, another one with Edinburgh, and Scotland has great data. That's why we partnered with Edinburgh, Newcastle University, Bristol University.
Nigel, do you believe in the Great Resignation? And is that, is there going to be a workaround that people are fed up and actually if they're not treated right, they'll just leave?
I think there's a massive macro trend, particularly along younger people, that they want to work for purposeful organisations and feel their jobs really purposeful. And that in one sense is fantastic. We're not seeing the Great Resignation in the data. I mean, there was so few people resigned, for the last 18 months.
Is it coming now?
But is it coming now? We've not got it in our data. And it's interesting, the discussion we had a major CEOs of companies who represent 1 million people in employment in our office the other night discussing this. They're not seeing the Great Resignation. They're prepared for it. They're preparing for it. They're seeing a catch-up from the last 18 months, much more so.
All right, Nigel, always fun to catch up. Grilled, you see, I miss this. This is what you can do when it's back.
I'm so excited. I've got powder on my face, first time in 2 years.
What are you doing next Tuesday, 9 a.m.? Nigel Wilson there, Legal and General Chief Executive Officer. Now, let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News. Here's Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Hi, Francine. New research shows the Earth may warm by more than 3 degrees Celsius, which is twice the international goal enshrined in the Paris Agreement. The report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warns on still unchecked emissions of greenhouse gas pushing to record levels. IPCC scientists say emissions must peak before 2025 to keep climate targets alive. Now, Shanghai was reported more than 13,000 daily COVID cases for the first time as a sweeping lockdown and mass testing of its 25 million residents does continue. The outbreak in the financial hub pushed the national total to more than 16,000 infections for Monday. Now, that's the highest one-day figure recorded in China during the pandemic. JP Morgan is said to be reviewing business with some commodity clients after last month's nickel short squeeze, in a move that could threaten to drain liquidity out of the sector. Management has ordered a fresh due diligence on some existing clients, including metals traders and oil refineries. The US Bank is one of the largest players in global commodity markets and the biggest in metals by far. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg QuickTake, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Francine.
Leanne, thank you so much. Coming up, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused a crisis in sunflower oil. We speak to the Chief Executive Colonel, Ukraine's largest producer of sunflower oil, next. This is Bloomberg. Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has disrupted the supply of almost half of the world's sunflower oil exports, forcing companies to turn to alternatives such as palm oil in products ranging from potato chips to cookies. Well, joining us now to discuss the disruption is the chief executive of Kernel, Ukraine's largest sunflower oil producer. Evgen Osipov, the chief executive of Kernel, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, our immediate thought goes out to everyone in Ukraine and, of course, some of the disruption and loss of life that we're seeing. Give us a sense, Mr. Osipov, though, of any kind of longer-lasting infrastructure damage by the war to the operations of Kernel.
Thank you for the invitation. And I want to say that now with current situation, we don't have such a big damage of our infrastructure. But this moratorium of the ports facilities, it's bring a huge impact on the future of sun oil production in Ukraine and our supply to all other countries in the world.
So more generally speaking, are agricultural facilities actually sustaining damage across Ukraine, or is it fairly contained at the moment?
If we speak about the current infrastructure, is still in a good condition, and we estimate the damage less than 5%. But at the same time, we're speaking about the current season of planting. Our estimation is reducing by 20% of planting areas in Ukraine and decreasing the yields. And it's bring us to the numbers that even in the last year, Ukraine produced more than 100 million tons of grains and oilseeds. And in this season, our estimation is not more than 60 million tons. It means it's 40% less compared with the last season.
And this would be for the spring planting across Ukraine. And so, of course, the effect would be pretty immediate in a couple of months or next year, actually. So, Yevgen, talk to me a little bit about, are you able to export at the moment the supply you have through rail and trucks outside Ukraine?
It's a huge challenge for us now to supply our goods for the market. Because before, for example, Ukraine export around 500,000 tons per month. And now we export 5% of this volume. And we believe that we need some time to build the new logistic chains through the west border, but it brings the time, and in any case, it's reduced the volumes of supplying oil to the market and grains as well.
But so, in terms of actually exporting some of the things, I don't know how much sunflower oil you have at the moment. How much, if it's difficult via train and rail, is it possible via sea, or is it just containers of sunflower oil that are sitting in Ukraine with nowhere to go?
Now the Black Sea port is blocked, and we have only one possibility to make export through the west border. The capacity of this logistic chain is not more than 10% compared with the volumes that we need to export from Ukraine through the seaports. And it means that we will reduce the amount of export by 10 times compared with volumes before the war was started.
And this is immediate. What happens afterwards? I know you're planting less, and actually, if you're not able to export this, who will pay the cost of it?
Yeah, it's true that in such case, we will have a huge stock inside in Ukraine, and we have no stock and no goods for the market outside the Ukraine, and it's a big damage for the production, for the food security of the global world, and it's a big problem with liquidity for the companies and for the farmers inside in Ukraine.
I'm not an expert in sunflower oil, but how long can you keep it for before it turns? So if relations with Russia gets better, Are you able to export it still in 3, 4, 6 months from now, or does it perish?
Yeah, we are able to export it in 3 or 6 months from now, but you know that nobody knows how long does the situation will be in such condition like now with closed ports.
Yevgen, have you spoken to any of your usual buyers? How will global buyers make up for the shortfall of sunflower oil?
Yes, every day we have talks with our buyers because they're waiting for our oil worldwide in the Europe and in the Asia. But now we don't have capacity to supply these volumes, and we need to stop the contracts. And this is the same position with other production companies in Ukraine. And it's a huge damage for our logistic chains and for our infrastructure of our cooperation with our partners.
Have the buyers told you that they're buying sunflower oil from elsewhere, or are they switching to another type of oil in the hope that your production comes back online?
You know that it's impossible to buy sunflower oil from some other origination because Ukraine is the #1 sunflower oil exporter in the world. Yes, our buyers switch to the other types of oils like rapeseed oil, soybean oil, and palm oil. Yeah, it's true.
All right, thank you so much, Yevgen Osipov there, the Chief Executive Officer of Kernel. And of course, we'll keep on top of exactly what's happening in terms of plantation and look, of course, at sunflower oil futures as well. Thank you, sir, for joining us. In the meantime, we're just getting some breaking news from the Commission President and Mr. Borrell, both saying that they will travel to Kyiv this week as peace talks are ongoing, but for the moment not very productive. Now, coming up, Elon Musk becomes Twitter's largest shareholder, and the world's richest person already has ideas for how to shake up the social media platform. So we'll have that story next. This is Bloomberg. Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, Elon Musk has become Twitter's largest shareholder, and the world's richest person already has ideas for how to shake up the social media platform. By the way, he says he's not the richest person because he gave an interview saying it was Putin, but that we don't know. Joining us now is Bloomberg Intelligence media and tech analyst Matt Bloxham. Matt, first of all, I'm obsessed with this story because Elon Musk has been tweeting about it, saying like, you know, does this social media platform, I don't know if this is his voice, but, you know, does it have free speech? Does it need to change? And now he's talking about the editing button. So is it a personal gripe? What are his motivations behind it?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously probably it's certainly not financially motivated, given that whether he's the richest or not the richest man in the world, he's very rich. So I think investing $3 billion or so in Twitter is neither here nor there. So it really is about his kind of broader, I guess arguably altruistic aims for society as a whole. And, you know, clearly free speech has been a sensitive topic for him. Perhaps he feels that by having a big shareholding in Twitter, he has more agency in that debate with regulators and policymakers about what a social media platform should be, how it should operate, what it should be allowed to do and not do.
I mean, I like the polls. I think last time I checked on whether we need an editing button, I think there was like almost 2 million people that, you know, were into it or not. So if you're a 9% shareholder, the biggest shareholder, but you say you're passive, how much influence do you have?
I think he has a lot, and probably a lot more than your typical 9% shareholder. I think because he has such a big following, and he can use those two things to become a kind of, I guess, a passive plus shareholder, if you like. You know, so that there's an AGM coming up. I think it's too late for him to kind of have any direct influence on that, but he's got a big vote in that now, and he can probably tweet ahead of that about some of the resolutions that are there and perhaps get a bigger following. So I think he can start to exert his influence quite quickly on the direction of the company, its strategy, whether an edit button comes or not. But I think it's a way of him demonstrating that he has power and influence over what they do.
I mean, could you see another platform coming on? I know, you know, Trump was also trying to do something. Is this like the beginning of a disruption of social media once again?
Potentially. I mean, I guess obviously we saw TikTok come from absolutely nowhere through the pandemic. So I think that the beauty of the internet is that there really are very few barriers to entry. And if you get the right kind of proposition, then you can really kind of grow at an exponential rate. I think it's perhaps harder in that kind of domain of you know, kind of traditional social media platforms. I think it'd have to be something fundamentally different that catches the younger generation to kind of really become a big scale platform.
The younger generation, like us, Matt Bloxham, Bloomberg Intelligence Media and Tech Analyst. I don't know why you're laughing. You have Bloxham there with the very latest on social media. Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition continues in the next hour. Matt Miller, Kaylee Lyons in New York, or Danny Berger here in London, and this is Bloomberg.
The Russians obviously miscalculated the extent of Ukraine's resistance, which has been heroic.
All eyes are on not just Russia and Ukraine, but all the rest of us in terms of how we're going to react.
We must step up pressure against Russia, and we must step up our support for Ukraine.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance, Early Edition, with Anna Edwards, Matt Miller, and Kaylee Lyons.
It's 10 a.m. in London, 5 a.m. in New York, and 5 p.m. in Hong Kong on this Tuesday, April 5th. Our top stories today. The U.S. Treasury is making it tougher for Moscow to pay bond investors. It's halted dollar debt payments from Russian government accounts at U.S. banks. A move by J.P. Morgan could drain even more liquidity out of the nickel market. The bank is reviewing its business with some commodity clients after last month's nickel short squeeze. And Twitter's largest shareholder has asked his followers whether the service should have an edit button. Elon Musk conducted the poll hours after he revealed a 9.2% passive stake in the company. Welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Danny Berger in London, in for Anna Edwards, Matt Miller, and Kaylee Lyons in New York. And Kaylee, the market's attention once again turns to the threat of sanctions, but the session started out quiet with much of Asia on holiday.
Yeah, and the stocks that were open in Asia, or at least the markets that were open in Asia, largely moving higher, Danny. You had the MSCI Asia Pacific Index higher for a second day, up by about 0.2%. But once again, it was a move really led by technology. The Hang Seng Tech Index up 5.4% in Hong Kong. A lot of optimism around potentially progress being made on those auditing rules and therefore easing of concerns about any delisting of Chinese companies in the U.S. Of course, the other news out overnight was from the RBA, Australia's central bank, leaving rates on hold but opening the door to an earlier hike by removing the word patient from its policy statement. So that sends a hawkish signal, and it rippled through Australian assets, including the short end of the bond market in Australia. The two-year yield up about 11 basis points at 195, 196 or so. That is the highest for the two-year yield going back to 2018. And then finally, the Aussie dollar, far and away the outperformer among G10 currencies. It's stronger against the U.S. dollar by about 1.3%, trading right around 76 cents, Matt.
All right, interesting look at Asia there. Here in the U.S., we don't see a heck of a lot of movement on S&P futures, but we do have a warning sign that I think a lot of people are starting to pay attention to in the Dow Transportation Index. It's down 4 days in a row, the longest set of losing sessions consecutively since December. And you know, if you're old school, transportation theory, Dow theory may give you a pause in terms of the bear bull market, the bear bull run. U.S. 10-year yield right now up a couple basis points, 4.8 to be exact. 244.31 is your level there as investors feel comfortable enough to let go of some of that debt. On the other hand, we have oil rising again today, so up 1.5% to 104.91 right now. now. And then Bitcoin also gaining only 0.75%, but still holding at a relatively high level, 46,653. So these seem to be the yield and Bitcoin possibly risk on signs. On the other hand, futures not doing much and crude rising again could worry investors, along with the transportation index. Danny, what are you looking at in terms of Europe?
It is really similar in terms of Europe not getting that strong risk-on or risk-off signal because there's a lot of divergences within the regional benchmarks. For example, DAX is up about 0.2%, but then on the flip side, you have the CAC 40, the UK stock index. Those are also moving lower. Now, a lot of the turmoil under the surface has to do with this energy play. A lot of oil-related stocks, per that oil price you just showed us, Matt, are moving higher. The threat of sanctions means oil is moving higher. Also, a lot of renewable energy companies outperforming in Europe. But the worst performing sector today is the basic resource index because of potential sanctions yet again, meaning oil and gas companies will find it hard to do business. So on a headline level, Europe stock 600 up just 0.3% with that turmoil under the surface. Now, the macro story also very important here with that higher inflation. If there are more sanctions, the ECB now has to look at raising rates sooner, getting back to normal sooner. Vessler, one of the governing body members of the ECB, saying late yesterday that he would potentially see negative rates ending by the end of this year. So you have this big sell-off in European bonds. German 10-year yields, those are up about 3.5 basis points, 50.54% is where we stand. Gilt yields, those are also up about 5.5 basis points as well. All of that also translates into a euro dollar, which had been stronger against the dollar. However, that's now starting to fade as we've moved through this session. So euro dollar at 1.968. Now, when it comes to Russia assets, obviously a very distorted market. It continues to be so. But again, these concerns over sanctions are hurting Russian stocks a bit. We also had really weak PMIs, the weakest services data for Russia since the onset of the pandemic and those lockdowns. Also a weaker ruble, but again, general dollar strength today. And you're also looking at 10-year bond yields for Russia up about 1 basis point, Kaylee.
All right, Danny, well, you mentioned the data we got out of Russia. We are going to get more data here in the U.S. in the day ahead. At 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, we'll be getting U.S. trade balance numbers, and that will be really in focus. Then at 10 a.m. New York time, Bloomberg's Michael McKee will be speaking to Kansas City Fed President Esther George in an exclusive interview. Plus, Fed Governor Lael Brainerd will also be speaking in a virtual discussion on the unequal impacts of inflation. And finally, Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky is set to address the United Nations Security Council and also plans to deliver an address to the Spanish Parliament, Matt.
All right, we will watch for all those data points and speeches. Now, Bloomberg has learned that the U.S. Treasury has halted dollar debt payments from Russia government accounts at U.S. financial payments. This comes after alleged atrocities committed by Russian troops in the Ukrainian town of Bucha were discovered. President Biden spoke about it yesterday.
You may remember I got criticized for calling Putin a war criminal. Well, the truth of the matter is so it happened to Bucha. This warrants him, he is a war criminal. But we have to gather the information. We have to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to continue the fight. And we have to gather all the detail so this can be have a war crime trial.
Anne-Marie Horder, Bloomberg's Washington correspondent, joins us now for more. So, Anne-Marie, what do we know about continued push for more sanctions?
Well, we're going to be hearing about more sanctions this week, according to Jake Sullivan, the president's national security advisor. After the president made those remarks for all of us to keep a lookout, Jake said that they are working with their European partners and there will be more sanctions to come this week. And then, Matt, what we have overnight, this is a Bloomberg scoop, is coming out of the U.S. Treasury. Basically, what they're saying is that Russia can no longer make payments they're supposed to make to overseas investors from Russian government accounts used and held in U.S. financial institutions. Now, remember, the U.S. already froze accounts of Russia's central banks and all those reserves they had in dollar-denominated currencies, euros, etc. But what they did have is carve-outs, so they could still make those payments to their investors. And now what they're saying is that is no longer allowed. And this came as a payment was due yesterday. And what the Treasury is saying, a spokesperson is saying, is that now Russia really has three options. They either have to drain the reserves that they hold at home in Russia, they have to use any new revenue they have coming in to make these payments, or they will default. This just increases the pressure on President Putin and really the economic situation on the ground in Russia.
All right. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Horder down in Washington, D.C. for us. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, there's a new signal that China's President Xi Jinping may speak with Ukraine's Vladimir Zelensky for the first time since the Russian invasion. The foreign ministers of the two countries spoke yesterday. Meanwhile, the European Commission announcing this morning that EC President Ursula von der Leyen and High Representative Josep Borrell will be traveling to Kyiv this week to meet with Zelensky. Let's get more with our European correspondent Maria Tadeo in Brussels. So, Maria, what do we know about that planned visit?
Well, this is going to happen this week. A lot of the details are still pending, of course, all of it due to security reasons. But essentially what the European Commission and the European institutions want to do here by having Ursula von der Leyen on the ground meeting Zelensky is to really show that Europe is standing and supporting Ukraine. That's for the politics. But of course, the biggest question is what happens when it comes to the sanctions. Tomorrow, there will be an important meeting when it comes to potentially including energy here. But at this point, we have to make this very clear. There is no consensus yet on what that package should entail. It is also very clear that gas would be out of the question. So it really comes down to coal and oil. But again, what you really need to factor here is that when we talk about the European energy market, well, there isn't one. There's 27 different countries with 27 different systems and 27 different governments. And at this point, there is no unanimity behind any decision. So I would really refrain perhaps from making big assumptions about a big energy embargo, because it does seem from the information that we have right now that that is possibly not on the table.
All right, Maria, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo there in Brussels. Now to a Bloomberg scoop. J.P. Morgan is reviewing its business with some commodity clients after last month's nickel short squeeze. The move threatens to drain more liquidity from the sector. Eddie Vanderwalt of Bloomberg Markets Live joins us now with more. And J.P. Morgan, obviously a monster in metals trading.
Absolutely. Absolutely. J.P. Morgan is a big deal in commodities, make no mistake. They are the biggest counterparty and, a provider of liquidity in a number of markets. If they start pulling back, and we don't know yet that they will, but if they start pulling back, that will create a situation in commodities markets which are already really volatile, which are already seeing people step back because of that additional volatility and that additional risk, and it will just make them even harder to trade.
Well, along the same lines, it's been a headache for the LME and more headaches potentially coming for the LME. A great Bloomberg story about, yes, metals are still being traded through the LME, but more people are turning away. What risks could this pose for the metals exchange?
It's really the full knock-on implications of the invasion in Ukraine and Russian assets becoming a little bit toxic. We really haven't seen the full implications of that yet, because we are now seeing a situation where a lot of people don't want to touch the metal, even though there aren't necessarily sanctions against them. But that just means that you're ending up with a two-tier system even inside the LME, and it makes it really difficult to trade metals and commodities which are already so volatile that a lot of people just don't know whether they should take exposure, Danny.
All right, Bloomberg's Eddie Vanderwalt of the Markets Live team, thank you so much. The headaches for the LME just seem to never go away. Meanwhile, Twitter is trading higher before the bell. That follows news that Elon Musk is now the social media platform's largest shareholder. And of course, Twitter saw the best day since 2013 yesterday on the back of that news. Joining us now for more is Bloomberg's Laura Wright. So, Laura, what's the latest? Who all has weighed in?
Well, Elon Musk putting his 80 million Twitter followers a newly announced stake in the social media platform to use by creating a poll asking participants whether there should be an edit button. So far, that poll has already received more than 2 million votes and a response from Twitter's CEO, Parag Agrawal, urging participants to please vote carefully. Now, Cathie Wood, ARK Investment Management CEO, she spoke to Bloomberg Radio yesterday. It's worth noting her flagship investment fund has almost 10% of its assets in Tesla. Take a listen to what she had to say about Musk making a statement.
I do think for the moment it's passive, but he's certainly making a statement, and it's a statement about censorship. He doesn't agree with censorship. for a smooth functioning democracy, as he has tweeted, I believe. And so I think he's sending a strong signal to the new CEO. And I also know there's some controversy about why Jack left, having to do with this new CEO. So a few messages there.
Now, over at Wedbush, well-known tech analyst Dan Ives sees this as just the start, believing that Elon Musk will go on to take a more aggressive ownership form at Twitter. Meanwhile, over at Jefferies, brokers see Twitter's intraday gain as overplayed. But I'll leave you all with the musings from one Twitter user who believes Elon Musk is playing chess while the rest of the world are finding their checkerboards.
Laura, I have to just jump in here and ask, what was the response? What was the result of the poll? Do we need an edit button or not?
I think it looks overwhelmingly likely, Matt, that there's going to be an edit button. So good news for you.
All right, Bloomberg's Laura Wright, thank you so much. Now, of course, as we mentioned, Twitter is trading higher before the bell, but other social media stocks are actually moving in tandem, as they did yesterday. One of them being Snap, which was higher by about 5% in the Monday session. It's up another 0.6% or so in early hours this morning. Also moving higher this morning, cruise lines, specifically Carnival, really leading the way. The company announcing after the bell yesterday, it just had its best week of bookings on record. That is the week through April 3rd. So that lifting those shares to the tune of nearly 4% this morning. And another group of stocks I did want to check on is Chinese tech companies listed here in the U.S. Danny, you mentioned it and I missed it. I thought China was just closed overnight. Hong Kong was as well. So that big Hang Seng tech rally was from Monday. But of course, again, that is on optimism around the auditing rules, potential that these companies will not be delisted. And you are seeing the gains continuing in the U.S. session today. DD Global, of course, that Chinese ride-hailing company, up by about 0.33% before the bell, Danny.
Yeah, really in the Asia session, the only exciting thing was that Aussie dollar move off the back of the RBA. Kaylee, great roundup, and we're going to get back to the wider market conversation now that more markets are up and running with Asia on holiday. We're going to speak with Mark Tinker, Tosca Fund CIO. And later in the program, former UK ambassador to Russia, Andrew Wood, as more EU members think about increasing sanctions to Russia oil and gas. And of course, don't miss Matt and Kaylee on Bloomberg Crypto at 1 p.m. New York time. They're going to be speaking to Harvard professor and crypto skeptic Ken Rogoff, as well as the Association for Digital Assets Market CEO Michelle Bond. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Surveillance. We are simulcast on both Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. I'm Matt Miller here with Kaylee Lyons in New York, Danny Berger out in London. Anna Edwards is off today. You don't hear much about Dow transportation theory, or Dow theory anymore. I don't know why that is, but the idea goes like this. When you have a drop in an index that covers trains and trucks, now the transports index used to be the railroad index, that signifies bad things for the U.S. consumers. We're not ordering enough stuff. Factories aren't getting enough deliveries. We're not seeing enough production. And we've had a big slump in the Dow Transports Index, down 7.3% over the last 4 sessions. It's the longest streak of losses since December. And that could signal that this mini rally that we've seen, this bear market rally that we've seen is over here. That's a concern. Lynn Thomason joins us, Bloomberg Markets managing editor, to talk about this. Is it a warning sign, Lynn, still?
I think so, for sure. I mean, goodness, the Dow Jones Transport Theory has been around forever. And yeah, I mean, I think there's a good reason why people still listen to it. Clearly has, you know, a message for the U.S. economy. And it's, you know, if it's going down, I think there's messages that, you know, investors are concerned about what the economy is going to do next.
Lynn, we're just getting an email through 2 Bloomberg reporters from Russia's finance ministry basically saying that oil and gas for March, the income there was about $3.6 billion less than planned. Certainly, Russian oil and gas has been top of mind with potentially increased sanctions. Are we at a point where traders are comfortable starting to price that into markets?
Yeah, I think, I mean, clearly investors are pricing in what's going to happen next with Russian oil and gas. And that's, you know, the big theme that's driving everything across the board. You're seeing oil up today. And I think, you know, the interesting part is that it's clearly there in the sentiment, but what effect these sanctions take and what they actually do is still a big unknown.
Well, and obviously there's been a lot of volatility in the commodity market, Lynn. There's also been a lot of volatility in the bond market, and yet it seems that has calmed somewhat. We have a 2-10s curve that is back to only being inverted by about 1 basis point. What do you make of what we're seeing, or are we just waiting until the Fed minutes tomorrow?
I think we're waiting to the Fed minutes. You know, I think everyone is sort of on tenterhooks of what the yield curves are going to do. You know, you're seeing the question, you know, is Dow theory still relevant? Is the yield curve still something that points to a recession? And I think that's why everyone is talking about the yield curve right now.
Yeah, every day we get closer to ripping up those CFA textbooks. Lynn, thanks so much for joining us today. That's Bloomberg's Lynn Thomas. And of course, for more market analysis, MLive Go is where you want to head on your terminal. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Kaylee Lines with Matt Miller in New York and Danny Berger in London. Now keeping you up to date with news from around the world, here's the first word. The U.S. Senate has set Ketanji Brown Jackson on a path for confirmation to the Supreme Court this week. Debate begins today on the nomination of the first black woman to be nominated to that high court. Jackson's confirmation is all but certain now, as 3 Republicans say they'll vote in favor: Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and Mitt Romney. In Shanghai, a sweeping lockdown of the city's 25 million residents and mass testing has uncovered extensive spread of the coronavirus. The city reported more than 13,000 daily COVID cases for the first time. China's current outbreak is surpassing a level not seen since February 2020. Bloomberg's learned that Citigroup has temporarily halted IPOs of new special purpose acquisition companies. The bank wants more clarity on recently proposed rules. Among other topics, Citi wants feedback about underwriter liability. A plan by the SEC to tighten oversight of SPACs could make it easier for investors to sue. And in sports, Kansas made history last night in New Orleans, beating North Carolina 72-69 for the NCAA's men's basketball championship. The Jayhawks rallied from a 16-point deficit, the largest ever in a title game. It's the 4th time Kansas has won the NCAA title. And Matt Miller, I came in 37th out of 40 players involved in the TV Newser bracket, so I failed miserably. But the winner of that TV Newser challenge, Bloomberg's very own Michael Barr.
Oh, the voice of Velvet.
Yes.
Michael Barr. Congratulations to him. Who was the loser?
Someone from a rival network who I shall not name.
Ah. Well, what about from our network?
Interesting.
Who came in last in terms of Bloomberg?
That would be me. That would be me,
I see.
Matt.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Kaylee, I'm going to step up and save you here. Let's talk about what's coming up on the program. It's Mark Tinker, Tosca Fund CIO. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance, the early edition. Here's what you need to know. The U.S. Treasury is increasing pressure on Moscow to find alternative funding sources to pay bond investors. Authorities have halted dollar debt payments from Russian government accounts at U.S. banks. So far, Russia has stayed current on its foreign debt obligations. A move by J.P. Morgan could drain even more liquidity out of the nickel market. The bank is reviewing its business with some commodity clients after last month's nickel short squeeze. J.P. Morgan teams are conducting due diligence on some existing customers. And Twitter's biggest shareholder has asked his followers whether they should have an edit button. Elon Musk conducted the poll hours after he revealed a 9.2% stake in Twitter. CEO Parag Agrawal responded to the poll by calling it important and urging users to vote carefully. I'm Danny Berger in London, in for Anna Edwards. Matt Miller and Kaylee Lines are in New York. And Matt, I know yesterday the excitement in the U.S. market was all about Twitter, but obviously the macroeconomic implications of Russia and more sanctions taking hold in terms of market drivers today.
Yeah, first of all, obviously there should be an edit button on Twitter. I keep looking for that.
You know how Matt voted.
And secondly, like when I saw the sanctions news, I was like, wait, we didn't do that already? Wasn't that already a thing? But I guess not. In any case, there doesn't appear to be much movement in U.S. markets today, at least in terms of futures. We're still basically unched here, 45.74 on futures, down 0.07%. You do have a little bit of a risk on sign in terms of investors willing to let go of the perceived safety of government securities. Treasuries right now rising 2.4468%. The yield, I should say, rising. The price falling, of course, which is why it's red. NYMEX crude is up in the green, 1.4%. The gain to 104.78. So TI is trading at about $105 a barrel. And another risk on sign is Bitcoin. It's only up 0.8%, which in Bitcoin terms isn't much of a move. But the fact is it's had this slow and steady rise, and it remains relatively stable, right? 46,672, the level here. And it's been just creeping up and not posting these huge volatile swings. Kaylee, what do you see in terms of pre-market movers?
Well, Matt, I look forward to digging into those Bitcoins moves with you later today on Bloomberg Crypto, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Don't miss it. But of course, before that, we have to see the open of trading. And before trading opens here in the U.S., we are seeing some activity before the bell. We were talking about Twitter, all the optimism around Elon Musk's 9.2% stake. Twitter had its best day since 2013 yesterday, up 27%. It's adding to those gains this morning, up about 2.25%. And other social media stocks like Snap getting a little bit of a lift as well. It's up 0.4. Another group of stocks moving higher is the cruise lines. Carnival out overnight saying that it just had its best week of bookings on record. As a result, that stock up 3.5%, and it's giving a lift to some of its competitors or peers as well, including Norwegian Cruise Lines, higher by about 2.6% before the bell, Danny.
Kaylee, there's this point when technology was the best performing sector in Europe too, which kind of makes no sense at all if it's about Elon Musk taking a stake in Twitter, but perhaps cooler minds have prevailed and leading European stocks higher, which I should say the benchmark is up about 0.2%, are energy stocks thanks to oil moving higher. But a lot of that has to do with the renewable space. The best performing stock is Vestas wind system, which of course makes renewable energy sources. So that sanctions story really weighing and dictating the pace and moves of European markets today. So basic resources, those are on bottom of the pile as we look at energy, at material companies rather having to deal without access to Russian supply. We also had comments from ECB governing members overnight talking about potentially getting back to normal rates, to non-negative rates by the end of this year or the turn of this year. So we're seeing a sell-off take hold in European bonds, be it Germany, be it UK. 10-year yields for both of those down at least, up 4 basis point. Price down, yield up. Now looking at Russian assets snapping 3 consecutive days of gains, we're looking at Russian stocks fall about 3%. It's not just sanctions, it's also really weak PMI data coming out of Russia showing a decline in services, the most since the pandemic. Meanwhile, a weaker ruble, stronger dollar throughout the session. And finally, Matt, we're also looking at 10-year bond yields in Russia up about 1 basis point.
I gotta say, I continue to be impressed by the ruble. I mean, 83, that was the same kind of level we were seeing before the invasion. So it's done a complete round trip, and it makes you wonder if European countries paying for Russian oil and nat gas aren't allowing the country or Gazprom to convert their euros into rubles at a rate that Putin has picked. It's very interesting indeed. The other really interesting thing that we've been following over the last couple of sessions is the yield curve inversion. We saw a slight 2s, 10s inversion on Friday that has then stuck around. But the term premium inversion is even more serious because it's the most that we've ever seen the term premium curve inverted. Mark Tinker joins us right now, Tosca Fund CIO, to talk about what this all means for the economy, what this all means for markets, most importantly. Mark, how do you view the inversion?
Good morning. Yes, well, I think historically the yield curve has given us signals, and a lot of people think it's the only thing that matters. But obviously, right now, there's a lot else going on. And really, this is all about what's going on with our basic price of commodities, which feeds into everything and feeds into inflation. So the big difference this time is every time we've had a crisis in the last 10, even 20 years, the Fed has cut interest rates. Now we've got a crisis and the Fed is raising interest rates. So it's throwing everything upside down. And at the moment, if you haven't got to buy bonds for regulatory or other reasons, why would you be doing it right now? And I think now that you've got no carry trade, now you've not got a real yield, I think there's a big flight from the bond markets, and that is causing a lot of volatility. And the volatility in the bond markets means other people still can't hold bond markets. So the whole thing has been thrown up in the air, and it's really, obviously, much more to do with Ukraine and the legacy of COVID as well. We shouldn't ignore that.
Among many things, this does feel like the great conundrum for asset allocation. That bond section isn't working as your insurance policy anymore. The yen certainly doesn't appear to be. So where do you turn to?
I think ultimately what we're seeing here has been this melt up, if you like, in equities, where people are saying, well, I need something that actually is making cash flow, paying a dividend, and basically is going to deliver me returns to meet my needs, rather than rely on somebody else to pay more for it in the future on a kind of speculative basis. So, yeah, we've still got the growth themes, but I think it's the focus on cash flow and quality that people are saying, I can't have that bond. Give me some quality stocks, give me some cash flows, give me some boring stuff, please. I don't want volatility. I'm an investor, I'm not a trader.
Yeah, but Mark, how large is the threat to some of those companies that to this point have been able to exercise pricing power, but in the face of even higher inflation, greater costs faced by their end consumer, that price tolerance may be starting to dwindle a bit?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this gets to the whole essence of have we got long-term sustainable inflation. What we have got here is a gap up in effectively input prices. And can you pass that on? Well, it depends what the competition is for your product. And also, the prices that are rising at the moment, they're not going up because we had too much money circulating in the system due to the Fed. They're going up because actually we've got a lack of supply of the basic things. Now, what that means is that crowds out. So actually, we could very well have this issue about stagflation, which basically means that having to spend so much more on heating and eating now, because obviously the impact of the Russia-Ukraine situation on foodstuffs and fertilizers means that there's much less money to spend elsewhere. And governments aren't really helping. They're putting up taxes to pay for everything they did in the last 2 years, but they're also putting up interest rates. So in places where you've got floating rate mortgage debt, which we certainly have here in the UK and a lot of the Anglosphere, that's another crush on the ability to have any disposable income. So actually, I'm not buying into this sort of hyperinflation for everybody. I think it's going to be a big squeeze. If you're not an essential, you're going to really struggle, particularly if there's competition.
Yeah, it's interesting, Mark. I mean, coming from, in the U.S., most mortgages are going to be fixed 30-year mortgages, but obviously in Europe it's a different story, and that affects consumers. European consumers seem to be having the hardest time, right, with regards to inflation, with regards to heating bills, possibly pushing people into poverty with regards to floating rate mortgage payments. Is the European economy going to do much worse than the U.S. economy in the coming year?
Well, when it comes to the mortgage payments, just to pick on that one for a start, the continental European don't have the same mortgage issues that we do, say, in the UK or Ireland or Spain. And in fact, when we had previous tightening, you noticed there's a big difference between France and Germany and the Netherlands, for instance, where they didn't have that issue with the mortgage debt. But the big issue at the moment, of course, that we have is that we've pursued this policy, particularly with the green energy. The problem is you've got wind farms and solar panels. When the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, you have to back it up with gas. You can't back it up with nuclear. Now, we will be moving to have a lot more nuclear, which is, a medium-term trend. But right now, you've just got to buy the gas. You can't not do so. And this is the cost of living crisis. And it really isn't being helped by government policy, whether it's raising interest rates or whether it's actually continuing to raise taxes or even not take away some of those taxes that are supposed to be driving our green energy revolution. Now, take some of those subsidies away for 5 years. So, OK, we get it. but people are going to go that way anyway, so why don't we take off that 25% extra? But they're not doing that at the moment. Governments are very, very one-track minded, and that is going to really harm the consumers right across Europe, but for different reasons.
Mark, afraid that's all we have time for, but really great to have you on the program
Pleasure.
this morning. That's Mark Tinker, Tosca Fund CIO. Now, coming up with Matt, Kaylee, and me, it's Chatham House Associate Fellow and former UK Ambassador to Russia, Andrew Wood. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. You're looking live at the principal room. Coming up later today, an exclusive interview with Kansas City Fed President Esther George. That's at 10 a.m. in New York, 3 p.m. in London. This is Bloomberg.
All eyes are on not just Russia and Ukraine, but all the rest of us in terms of how we're going to react. And there's a complex set of dynamics at play, certainly on the economic front.
That was Catherine Tai, U.S. Trade Representative, speaking with Bloomberg earlier. Well, for more on Russia and Ukraine, Sir Andrew Wood, Chatham House Associate Fellow of the Russia and Eurasia Program and former UK Ambassador to Russia, joins us now. Ambassador, great to speak with you. We've learned this morning that Ursula von der Leyen as well as Joseph Borrell will be heading to Kyiv later on this week to meet with Vladimir Zelensky in person. The European Union is under immense pressure to do something in reaction to the allegations of war crimes by Russians in cities like Bucha in Ukraine. What is an appropriate response, and what will Vladimir Putin respond to?
Second half of your question is more difficult. Well, in a way, it's easier to answer because I don't think he's going to respond to anything on this particular front, apart from saying your accusations are all false and made up, and you've consistently lied, and you don't understand the situation, and so on. We're always familiar with the Russian reaction like that. The difficulty for the EU, or parts of the EU, is that the particular question of oil and gas for them is really quite a difficult one. It would cost them quite a lot in terms of punishment if they did what a lot of people would wish them to do, which is to suspend the Nord Stream gas and so on.
Isn't it worth it, Ambassador? Isn't that worth it? I mean, especially after we see the atrocities committed in Ukraine, shouldn't they, isn't it their duty to stop funding Vladimir Putin's war?
Well, yes, certainly. That's what I think. But I'm not in the EU and I'm not in control of the various parts of it anyway. But various parts of the EU have slightly different reactions to what's going on in Ukraine. Obviously, if you're Polish or Estonian, you have one sort of view of the situation. But if you're some other countries, you have more hesitation, I would say. Not right. Huge, but they've got to come to some sort of decision about it.
Right, and we've seen that hesitation from countries like Germany and Austria, but you see hesitation as well in terms of how far the West is willing to go. We heard from the UK yesterday, a spokesman saying that they don't want to be escalatory in this war. What is the limit to steps that the West can take without it becoming a World War III type scenario?
Well, I think by remaining on the without actually taking physical part, you may have an interesting discussion as to what physical part means, because after we and others are supplying military support in the terms of equipment and ammunition and so on, we're certainly offering support in terms of money. But what we don't do is ourselves take a direct part in fighting Russia.
Ambassador, If I can just jump in, I mean, I do wonder what second-order effects will be for countries, even if it's not a direct intervention. You look at Peru, that's dealing with inflation, civil unrest there are protests, there are curfews. Now Sri Lanka dealing with a similar problem as well. To what degree do governments look at this around the world and say, okay, if we sanction Russia, we're going to face civil unrest as well?
Well, I imagine a lot of them do have that hesitation, because sanctioning in the sort of really strong sense that the United States and its allies have is one thing. But if you're in Peru, it's much easier to say to yourself, this is not something which is directly to do with us. And there are countries in Asia, for example, who don't really feel this is anything directly to do with them at all. So there's bound to be some hesitation.
What is the likelihood of a war crimes tribunal convicting Vladimir Putin, Ambassador?
Well, about as likely as him actually arriving in The Hague to face trial. I think that he is undoubtedly guilty and therefore vulnerable, but he's not going to leave Russia in order to expose himself to that. And in any case, they're going to use the United Nations and everything else to deny that there is an issue which they need to answer in any case. So it's all very preliminary. Plus, lastly, this is not a war which is going to end very soon, in my view anyway. I think it has a different phase to go through in a sort of battle for the east of Ukraine, which I hope the Ukrainians will win. But that has to happen before there's any real negotiation for a solution.
Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us today. That's Sir Andrew Wood, former UK ambassador to Russia. Well, coming up later today on The Balance of Power, we're going to be speaking to former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, that's Jack Lew, 12 p.m. in New York, 5 p.m. in London. This is Bloomberg.
I will say this could be setting up for another leadership change at Twitter. You never know. And I'm not jumping to this conclusion automatically. I'm saying it's one of many possibilities. It'll either be Agarwal changing the policy of the company to, really open source the censorship or call people out on censorship. Or it will be a management change. I don't know what's going to happen.
That was Cathie Wood, ARK Invest CEO and Twitter investor, speaking exclusively with Bloomberg's Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic yesterday. Now joining us now, Tom Keene, co-anchor of Bloomberg Surveillance. All right, Tom, give it to me. What's your single best chart?
Single best chart is the humility out there, the silence you hear from the bears. It is a really gloomy tone out there. You see it in every confidence study, every single K.L.P idea, bull, bear, whatever. Everybody's a bear. Guess what? The VIX shows this is a great bull market. We are 4%, 5% under SPX and Dow drawdown. We are 8%, 9% under NASDAQ drawdown. We're getting right back, not near the average of pre-pandemic, but we're really getting back to levels that shock the gloom crew.
The interesting thing is they've just approved leveraged ETFs on the VIX again after Volmageddon got them canceled previously. What do you think about these kinds of, weapons of mass destruction in the forms of derivatives?
Here's what I think about it, Matt, very simply. Everybody has an ability and permission to lose money. Leverage is, we know, a triple-edged sword and all the cliches that are out there. There's a lot of really, really good math on this academically. And when you get over, here's the number, 1.38 to 1 leverage, it becomes sporting and grossly uncertain. So if you're leveraged 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, there's a huge amount of uncertainty out there unless you have the triple leveraged all cash fund.
And
That's
we know
different.
that that you do, Tom. Tom Keene, co-anchor of Bloomberg Surveillance, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Now a look at what else we're watching. I am continuing to watch the winners and losers from the NCAA Men's Championship. Of course, the real winner was Kansas, but also we have a winner for the Bloomberg Brackets for a Cause Challenge. Of course, this is all for charity. It's a competition that pits a lot of the leaders in finance and business against each other. The winner this year, John Gray, the president of Blackstone. He has won because he had Kansas going all the way, and he indeed was right. He now collects $265,000 for his charity, the Vassar Center. So he fared a lot better in his bracket than I did in mine, Matt.
Wow, those are some big purse numbers there.
Yeah.
Very cool for charity, Kaylee. I'm watching crypto. You're watching crypto as well, not because of the moves that we see today or even of late. Bitcoin slow and steady rise, I think, impressing a lot of people, but because we have a pretty new program that airs every Tuesday at 1 p.m. Today we have Ken Rogoff. Tom will be jealous, a crypto skeptic, to talk to us about his views on the asset class, the markets, and regulation that's still needed.
Yeah, Matt, you'll be watching crypto. Kaylee will as well, but I'm kind of going to be literally watching crypto because I can actually watch a program because I'm not on it. So I, for one, will be tuning in. Well, besides that, I'm going to keep a close eye on JP Morgan, as well as any more banning potentially of Russian coal. Lines just crossing that the EU is proposing banning coal imports from Russia. That's after those alleged atrocities. Well, yes,
I mean, that's
that
not
is
a difficult
true, but Matt,
sanction to apply. You know?
Yeah, but Matt, this is the thing. More people turning to coal, maybe not Russian coal, but coal in general.
Yeah,
if they
I know,
can't
but
get
Germany
their hands
has
on that
more
Russian gas
coal than
supply.
they know what to do with already. I mean, they need to ban gas and oil. That's what's going to deliver Vladimir Putin like another $320 billion this year.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we have heard voices from the EU, Dombrovskis, Lemaire as well, saying that we do need bans on oil from Russia. But again, so far, it's just the EU proposing from coal. Well, we'll stay ahead of those market moves for you, but that's it for Early Edition. Bloomberg Surveillance is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
And then there were two. South Carolina and UConn will play for a national championship tonight at Target Center. This UConn team has shown incredible resilience all season long. Nelson Adota and Saxton jump it up, and the national title game is underway.
Connecticut starting out in man-to-man defense. You would think South Carolina would look to establish Aaliyah Boston inside early.
Here's Henderson instead, couldn't swivel it in. Saxton corrals it. Henderson gets loose in the corner, out of three. Destiny Henderson has a knack for these big moments.
And South Carolina is the #1 offensive rebounding team in the country. It's how they start the game.
They had a big edge in that department in the first meeting between these teams. South Carolina was a +15 in second chance points in that contest. Williams looking to answer, cannot. Loose ball, and it's grabbed by Cook. Off and running for the Gamecocks. Cook all the way in, able to lay it home. And when South Carolina's guards get going, that's always a good
South Carolina on the perimeter, getting some confidence early, a three, and then the breakout two.
South Carolina's guards, much maligned early in the tournament, showed up in a huge way in the semifinal as Edwards goes in for denied. Another chance. She'll flip it out. Plenty of time to operate for South Carolina. Henderson trying to work Beckers. Henderson couldn't twist into anything. Boston, though, still there for the follow. And that is the relentlessness. Beal bodies in, can't finish. Saxton fighting, another offensive rebound, and Beal finishes. That's 5 offensive rebounds already for South Carolina.
That's why misses. That's how they're starting here.
Connecticut needs an early timeout. Cook buries the jumper.
Rebecca, you mentioned Destiny Henderson's quickness, just that effort on the denial. No matter where Paige Beckers is going, she is low, she keeps her hips low and stays in front. It is very difficult to do. Great effort by Henderson.
Here's Cook looking for another and finding it. Beckers evades after the overplay. Here's Nelson Adota, one-on-one with Boston. Nelson Adota gets it to go. That's a strong move from the senior. Spoke to us today about the growth that she's experienced as a person, as a part of this Connecticut program. Saxton gets it to wedge home. Nika Mule into the game for Connecticut. Letitia Amihir in for South Carolina. She left warm-ups momentarily earlier after taking a pass off the throat. Was huddled over on the bench for a while. Eventually was good to go, though. Here's Cook. Across her body and off the window. Zaya Cook with 8 points in the first.
In South Carolina's success.
Dawn Staley says Saxton is low maintenance, high performance. Connecticut nearly turns it over. Edwards finds Mule cutting for 2. Nika Mule, the Sook will fire. Can't hit. Rebound. Guess who? Saxton had it. Beckers able to wrest it away.
Without Aaliyah Boston on the floor, a little easier for Connecticut to get to the glass.
Avina Westbrook storms in for 2. Here's Amihir, the floater, banks in. Letitia Amihir with the touch.
South Carolina Staley to sub Aaliyah Boston a little earlier than she normally does in the first quarter.
Lily Reset into the game for South Carolina as well with Boston, Amihir, Beal, and Henderson. Here's Boston, one-on-one with Nelson Adota. Here comes the double. Boston unable to finish, but draws the foul. Is there any player she's ever seen who just totally...
Just long arms, relentless. Different body types, though.
Ducharme on the floor for Connecticut. 12-second difference, game and shot clock. Cook gets it over to Boston. Boston rumbles in and finishes. What a gorgeous finish from Aaliyah Boston. Ducharme gets it over to Edwards. Edwards, no angle, steps out of bounds. Connecticut turns it over.
As impressive as South Carolina's offense has been and their work on the offensive glass, how about on the defensive end of the floor, Ryan?
Fewest points in a first quarter this season for Connecticut. South Carolina could not have scripted. Westbrook got on the face of Cardoso. A loose ball here. Henderson spun away from contact. Zips inside. Can't finish it. Another offensive rebound for South Carolina.
Oriam using a variety of combinations, trying to figure out if something can work.
Henderson on a 3. Has been on her feet since tip. 12-0 in second chance points. Beckers has been guarded beautifully by Henderson. Beckers, they need it. And she gives them to her.
One thing Dawn said.
25-10. South Carolina in front. Westbrook trying to front Boston. Hall will fire a three. No. Offensive rebound. Cardoso and another putback. Nika Mule on the attack. Sets up Edwards. Mid-range. Got it. Rebecca, it almost looks at times as if...
So when they're trying to get around to three-quarter to prevent the ball from going into the post, that already puts you at a disadvantage in terms of boxing out and your positioning.
Henderson, you bet! 3 from downtown. Here's Beckers racing inside, across her body, got it to go. Bree Hall, no one guards her. Lays it up short, guess what? More offensive boarding. Grissett, no. And finally, Connecticut comes up with it. 11 offensive rebounds for South Carolina. Beckers, the Minnesota kid, wheeling through traffic, will fire. Oh my goodness! What a highlight from Paige Beckers.
Well, look at her. She's guarding Aaliyah Boston.
Beal, that's a travel. And South Carolina turns it over.
With the lineup.
Here's Cardoso. Given space, looking for help. Henderson, the pull-up. No. Offensive rebound, Cardoso. She puts it home.
Lavina Westbrook did her job boxing out, but Nelson Adota did not, and Cardoso made her pay.
Nelson Adota gets free, waits for the body, and finishes. Remember, Nelson Adota.
Players who are so much bigger than her.
Aaliyah Edwards back in, so Connecticut back with their starting front court. Edwards and Nelson Adota. We have not seen much of AZ Fudd. Beckers trying to find space, got the whistle. And Paige Beckers is going to shoot 2.
Put screws in. This is a significant injury. Beckers surgery in December.
Nelson Adota, great effort for the offensive rebound off the Beckers missed free throw. And another chance here for Connecticut. Here's Paige. One-on-one with Boston. Gets it back to Edwards. Edwards hooks it up and off. Loose ball. Edwards after it. Another chance for Connecticut. Beckers trying to take advantage of Cardoso. Can't hit the step back. Good opportunities there for the Huskies, and Ducharme called for the foul. Now if you're Connecticut, hey, can you get it to single digits before the half?
I think that has to be your goal.
Becker's been a little more aggressive over the last few possessions. Here's Ducharme on the attack, lays it in. Connecticut.
Point shots, simply because they're going to have a lot fewer attempts than South Carolina.
Oh, Ducharme, nice touch on the delivery from Edwards, and it's a single-digit deficit then. In the middle of the season where she was Connecticut's leading scorer over a 10-game stretch. Rivers is now 1 for 31 from 3 on the season.
Yeah, not the right shot there for her.
Westbrook races in and finishes. It's a 9-0 Connecticut run. Dawn Staley wants a timeout. The officials don't see it, and that's okay. Henderson lays it in. Similar thing happened with Connecticut at the end of their game against Stanford. Beckers off one leg, straight cash. Steady arms of Boston. Boston can't finish it. Boston after it. Boston able to get it back. A tie-up, and the possession arrow belongs with South Carolina. Another offensive rebound. By the way, the Gamecocks overall a plus 18 on the glass in this first half. Rivers, no, but a whistle. Foul goes against Ducharme in the nation. Hits the first free throw. Rivers misses the second. That rebound secured by Ducharme, and Connecticut can hold for a final shot here at the end of the quarter. Big time first half from the backcourt of South Carolina. 11 points from Destiny Henderson, 8 from Zaya Cook. Here's Mule getting it to Beckers. 4 seconds left in the half. And that's going to be an offensive foul on DeBerry. 3.3 remaining in the half. Ami here gets it off, and that'll do it for the first half. On April 11th.
I would look for South Carolina early in the second half. Establish Aaliyah Boston. Yes, get her a touch early.
One-on-one with Nelson Adoda. Boston, that's too easy. If you don't bring help, 6 to shoot. Beckers trying to create with 2 to shoot. Beckers gets it off. Short, loose ball. Cook after it. Here comes South Carolina. Zaya Cook gets denied by Beckers. Henderson able to save it, and another chance here for the Gamecocks. Here's Beal, guarded by Fudd. Loose ball, collected by Cook, forces it up and gets the whistle against.
Staley went with the younger player, Sanaya Rivers, and we asked Coach to find that Zaya Cook has come out and started this game off so.
Fudd unable to get anything going thus far. No points. No points for Williams as well. You know, Oriema has told us in his mind, those two and Beckers are getting 20 every night. Boston gets fouled, and Aaliyah Boston, the defensive player of the year and the player of Virgin Islands. What a star she is as Saxton comes up with the offensive rebound. Henderson zipping, reversing, and gets the whistle against Williams. More for ready tonight.
Their defense. Connecticut has not scored yet.
Directing traffic with Cook and Boston. Here's Henderson. Cook swivels inside and banks it in. South Carolina starting the third, much the same they started the first. Backdoor. Beckers gets loose for 2, and those are 14-point South Carolina lead. Connecticut scored just 2 points in this third. Here's Beckers. She might have to do it herself. Beckers bounces. Edwards able to finish. Beckers creeps in, flips out. Ducharme connects on a 3. It's Beckers and an opportunity here for Connecticut. Mule, Westbrook, a 3 is good! It's a 10-0 Connecticut run! 3 points between the second and third quarter for the player of the year. Beckers goes back door, lost it. Henderson has it. And a foul from Beckers as bodies hit the floor. Not a wise one with South Carolina in. Henderson misses his on free throws. Mom staying poised with Destiny at the line. 7-point game. Connecticut not trying to get into a 2-for-1. Westbrook. Step back jumper off the mark. Boston got there for the board. Henderson, the Euro and the finish. Destiny Henderson trying to nullify that graphic. Ducharme goes baseline. Connecticut can hold for 1 here. Lead back to 9. Westbrook, a 3, no. Missed it badly. Hall, a chance here. Hall heaves. Nearly got it to go. That'll do it for the third. South Carolina, a 9-point.
Connecticut needs big fourth quarter from their guards in order to win this game.
Here is Williams, back on the floor. Edwards hits the jumper. How about the confidence in the face-up?
It's a pro skill.
Henderson zipping into the lane, cups it in. Destiny Henderson wants this title. 18 points tonight for Henderson. Ducharme gets swallowed up by Boston. Here comes Henderson, all alone. 15th team to go wire-to-wire ranked as the #1 in the AP poll. 11 of the previous 12 went on to win the national championship. The only one who didn't, UConn in 2018. Here's Beal spotting up. Can't hit the three. Saxton on the offensive glass and a foul. Offensive rebound for South Carolina. Saxton, good vibes on both free throws. It worked. It's no boards for Saxton. And every time Connecticut has cut it to 6, cut it to 7, the Gamecocks have had an answer to boost it right back up to double digits. Ducharme gets fouled by Henderson. Of 17 in the fourth. Ducharme missed them both. A 79 come off the clock. Henderson switched on Edwards. Henderson, not that time. Fudd flags it down. Here comes Connecticut, trailing by 13. Westbrook veering, dishing. Ducharme lays it in. Outstanding South Carolina team. Boston spins between two, can't float it in, got a foul. Ducharme. And we were talking with Dawn Staley about Boston. Boston put up 23 points and 7 rebounds. Felt like she had a 15th time off the inbound after Beal had picked up her 4th. Beal on the bench now. We're set into the game for South Carolina. Henderson will take and hit. Destiny Henderson looking for help. Williams shovels. Ducharme, no. Boston the rebound. South Carolina in total control. Henderson racing in for 2 more. Fudd gets an open look and knocks down the triple. Giving it up. Boston dishing it back. Henderson, not that time. And Connecticut make one more push. Trailing by 13. Beckers looking for space. She has not been able to find much all night. Beckers finds some here and knocks down the triple. Back-to-back threes from Connecticut and a timeout taken. Henderson wiggling away from the trap. Williams extends to Cook. Nelson Adota back in for Connecticut. South Carolina being patient here. And a foul is called against.
Mothering with their size and quickness, not only inside, but on the perimeter.
About this year, what superlative would you give? She said, even better. 26 now for Henderson, and it's back to 12. Gino Auriemma saying, let's go. And a foul called against Boston. Becker's in the corner, can't hit the three, loose ball, who's gonna have it? A whistle against Connecticut as Saxton hits the floor, doing the dirty work. Mother hen said she's the adult in the room, loves to take care of the rest of this team. She's done the little things again tonight, does it here, although she's called for a foul. Looked like it might have just been a tie-up, but Saxton picks up her second, and that will be the 4th team foul from South Carolina. Here's Ducharme. Ducharme finding Beckers. Knocked out of bounds by Saxton.
It's smothering defense.
Beckers trying to get around Boston. Step back, won't go. Foul on Mule. More free throws for South Carolina. 15 or more times this season. They have not been able to tonight.
It's also the team that ends up more at the free throw line.
1 for 2 on that trip, and still more pressure applied by South Carolina here. Ducharme jogs it across. Connecticut running out of time. Williams finds some space. Can't hit the jumper. The senior Kristen Williams still has not scored tonight. South Carolina fans getting on their feet 2 minutes away from their second national championship, and a foul here on Ducharme. And back for a title 2 seasons ago, didn't have a tournament thanks to COVID. Last year came a missed layup and a missed putback away from advancing to the national championship game. This year they're trying to leave no doubt as Williams is finally on the board. 13-point game. Boston gives it back to Henderson. She flips it into traffic. Nelson Ado to the steal. Mule, eyes up. Williams wants it. Looking for some space to shoot a 3. Connecticut taking a lot of time here now. They gotta go. Beckers dishes out. Williams fires. Can't hit the 3. Nelson Adota sets up Edwards. Off on a jumper. Boston the rebound. Foul Nelson Adota. And Aaliyah Boston will go to the line. Her 30th. Boston got them both. Edwards races in, misses the layup. Another rebound for Boston. And it's just a matter of time now. Boston giving it up. Henderson looking for some icing. Knocked out of bounds by Fudd. It will stay with South Carolina. Dawn Staley on the brink of championship number 2. Connecticut, who fought so hard all season. "30 seconds to go." Russell, that's going to be a charge as Nika Mule, fitting of her tough style, still in there taking contact with begins to erupt. A wire-to-wire victory tonight. It is not unfinished business any longer. South Carolina has captured its second national championship. Tears of triumph in 2022. From the moment that putback missed, Aaliyah Boston was on a mission. Mission complete for she, Dawn Staley in South Carolina.
Audio Jungle.
Your happiest spring starts with Lowe's, and it all starts with the beautiful green lawn. Keep it looking sharp and save $50 on the Cobalt 40-volt self-propelled mower. Was $399, now just $349. And give the rest of your yard a healthy boost with a bag of our premium mulch at the everyday low price of $368. Create a season full of happiness at Lowe's. Home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, about 3/31 through 4/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. U.S. only.
everybody. Welcome to the 99th episode of the Alter Ego Podcast.
You're having girl problems, son.
You got bad for you. I feel bad for you, son. We got 99 episodes, and Jay-Z ain't one.
Yeah.
I would happily do an episode on Jay-Z, though.
Me too.
I mean, he's your favorite rapper's favorite rapper. Even Parappa the rapper.
I doubt it. My favorite rapper is probably dead.
Probably who? Dead?
My favorite rapper's dead.
Tupac?
Nope.
Biggie?
I think more recent.
More
Growl and bark.
Oh, DMX?
Yeah.
He didn't even write his own stuff.
What?
That's a fact, Jack.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Ghostwriters.
Oh.
Oh, man. My favorite rapper of all time? I can't say I have one, but if I had to pick, it'd probably be Dr. Dre.
I don't really think I have like
I just love Dre.
Super favorite rapper.
Right.
He's up there though.
There's so many that are really, really good. I was never a big Biggie fan. Hey, y'all want to feel old? You ready?
Yes.
You want to feel old?
Why not?
32 years ago, on March 30th, is when the first ever Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie came out.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Ooh.
It makes me realize how old I was when that came out.
Yeah.
That's rough.
But it's such a good movie.
It is.
It's honestly, it holds up with the best Turtles movie ever.
A lot of them are still up there.
I mean, I'm really surprised that none of them have ever been able to touch that first movie.
No. 2 was good.
2 was good. Secret of the Ooze.
Yeah.
It was a lot more on the comedy side, but it was good. Not that the first one wasn't funny.
And I like 3 too.
You like Turtles in Time?
Yeah.
I actually watched that a month ago. It was on Netflix, and I was like, I'll watch some Turtles in Time. There's actually a really touching moment with Michelangelo in that movie that I didn't even remember existed.
I saw it or watched bits and pieces of it a little while back at a party.
Yeah.
And what's funny is
Watched
one of
a
my
movie
boys,
at a party?
Well, it was on in the background, I guess. Like
sometimes at certain parties, that's a godsend.
Yeah, and because they have kids, and it was a bunch of kids running around. And it's funny because as the movie was going, one of my best friend is standing in the kitchen, word for word, the entire movie. I'm like, bro, we haven't seen this since we were like kids, and you still remember this.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, what do you mean? I just watched it on Sunday.
Yeah, he probably did.
Some of the best parties I've ever had, one of the best parties I ever threw, I don't even know what it was for. We were just having people over and hanging out at a friend of mine's house, and I brought over Hot Rod, and we all sat and watched Hot Rod, and
Well, we watched that here for your birthday before we
laughed
went out.
our asses off. Yeah, I love that movie. There's never a bad time to throw Hot Rod in the DVD player.
It's my dad. He's super dead.
Yeah.
Oh my
Ever show you a picture of my dad? He's super dead.
Wow.
My favorite part of that movie is what's his fucking face? Your boy Eastbound and Down.
Danny McBride.
Danny McBride. I've been drinking green tea all goddamn day. Somebody's
You're gonna pull the demons out of me.
Yeah.
You know what my favorite part of Hot Rod is? Ford Supply Company offers a curated line of craft soaps and beard care handmade in the USA, offering scents like coffee, cream, coconut, citrus, cedarwood, and so many more. Check out the full line of craft soap bars, beard oil, and beard balm online at FordSupply.com. Free U.S. shipping on all orders over $35 and get an additional 10% off with the promo code Alter Ego.
Whoa!
Ford
what's
soap,
that?
real soap.
No bullshit.
What was that?
Damn right.
I need to get some of that. I actually
Was that a new ad?
That was. They finally got back to me. And they've got another promo going on that I want to talk about before we move on. They've got one promoted with one of our favorite retailers, 7th Inc. They're local here in Florida. Here's the ad. I'll just read it for you. They'll get a double dip today. We're excited to offer this 7th Inc. 3-pack of handmade craft soaps at this incredible sale price, only $18. 3 bars, $18. This set includes Coffee or Death, Coco Cabana, and Norseman, which is the citrus cedarwood. These bars have been a mainstay of their line for years because they have had some of the most popular scents. Grab the 3-pack today and give them a try for yourself. The 7th Inc. Craft Soap 3-pack for $18. FordSupply.com. Don't forget to go in there and use promo code Alter Ego to get 10% off if you order online.
I really need to hit them up. I'll probably buy a couple 3-packs.
That 3-pack actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Those are all winners. We never got the coffee one, did we?
Nope.
Wow.
Coffee or Death is awesome.
What a bad partner.
Yeah.
In life.
Wow.
She's growing a human of mine, and she won't get me the coffee soap.
Stop it. That's not even. I'm working on a graphic. Leave me alone. This is my time.
Wow. Look at her multitasking. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, well, you're harassing me on social media, basically.
You know, I'm about to harass you at Tony and Nello's Southern Italian Cuisine and Grill. What'd you say?
So she's lying. She's just looking at pictures of bulldogs.
It is, 100%. It's a hidden gem that's family-owned and operated on the outskirts of St. Petersburg at 1136 Pinellas Bayway, South Tierra Verde, Florida. This is a must-try for a homemade Italian lunch or dinner. Just remember to bring your appetite because the portions are very generous. Call for a reservation today at 727-867-3577 and check out TonyandNellos.com.
Go Birds.
Go Birds. Oh, my goodness. That guy. He's an Eagles fan. That's why we say that. If you want to hear his luscious voice, you could check out Cigar City Sports Podcast. We do that every single Wednesday. But that's not why we're here. That's not why we're here. We're here to talk about the wonderful, nerdy news that is going on in the world of, what would we call it? Pop culture?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you want to call it. Guess who's getting the start today? Guess who's the starting pitcher for our lineup here today?
Tom Brady?
Marvel.
It's Tom Brady, right?
It's
Ooh, Marvel's on top? They're never on top.
Marvel's never on top, but they're on top.
Oh, okay.
Because there's other stuff that we have to talk about. First and foremost, did anybody here watch the first episode of Moon Knight?
Yes.
No, I did not.
No, not yet.
We did.
We did. We liked it.
It was good.
I like your patience.
I don't want to dive in on that. I don't want to talk details because it's so brand new. And we will obviously be doing a Moon Knight episode. So we're going to chill on that. But I did want to talk about a couple of different things. First and foremost, there was a beautiful quote from Ethan Hawke about Oscar Isaac's approach to the whole Moon Knight role, which they are obviously, and this is in the trailer, this isn't a spoiler, they're focusing on duality of Mark Spector, who is Moon Knight, and this alter ego, Steven. Alter ego, see it? It's in the name. See what I did there?
Yeah.
And here's Ethan Hawke's comment on Oscar Isaac. He said, there are some actors that you see them in a Marvel movie or in a big studio movie and like they're cashed out. You know, they obviously don't care. They're just there for a paycheck. Oscar didn't do that. He worked on both of these characters differently. He came in every day hell-bent to make something worth watching, and he transfused his energy to us. Having seen episode 1, true or false?
True.
Okay.
1000%.
Okay. I'll leave it there.
You don't think so?
Oh, no, I don't disagree. I'm just, asking your opinion. Jeez.
So they didn't do the 2-episode drop, just one?
I thought they were. I thought 100% they were, but no, they only went with one. And that's got to be because it's only a 6-episode series.
I was going to say.
They're like, are we going to drop a third of this episode or this series on day one? Not to mention, I think we're going to see some cameos. I think we're going to see some big people show up in Moon Knight. Because obviously that's the whole big thing that they're talking about is it's disconnected from the MCU.
I bet you one of them won't be Blade.
I bet you're right. They're going to save Mahershala Ali for a bigger moment. 100%. Even though I know why you said what you had to say. You know what else is out recently that we haven't watched? I know we haven't watched, and I know you haven't watched. And I think you're going to be pained to watch this one is Morbius.
Mm-hmm.
That one's out. And there are a lot of opinions on this movie. And most of them are really bad. A lot of people are absolutely shitting on this movie.
Does that surprise you?
Not at all. And it makes me think, right? Because there's been a couple times where there's movies like that, and I've gone to watch them with bad, thinking with bad reviews, and I've loved them. I don't know if this is going to be one of those movies, but I'm here for it. We'll probably end up watching that this weekend. What do you think?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
We were talking about watching it this past weekend, and we didn't. I slept like most of Sunday.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. So there have been a couple things that aren't spoilerific for this movie. It was in the trailer. I'm not talking about any stuff that's not been said already.
HBO Max or something like that, or is it just in theaters?
It's in theaters.
Oh,
Marvel doesn't have a deal with HBO Max. Neither does Sony, if I'm correct.
I don't know who has deals with who.
Sony is all over this episode today, by the way. We got plenty of stuff to get into with them. It is very heavily driven for TV and video games and stuff like that. So it'll be very interesting to see where we go from there. But the director, there's that image of Spider-Man in the trailer for Morbius, and he says he would be killed if he confirmed which universe the film takes place in. And then in another one, he's asked, and he says, I don't know why there's a stock Spider-Man picture or Spider-Man mural in the trailer. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is going to be the new norm. Where we get no legitimate leaks or anything like that. Everything is all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, they're building this multiverse, and if you know everything, you're just going to ruin it.
So here's an analogy, and this is kind of a prediction for me about this movie and how I think it's going to go. This is something about Jared Leto on the set of the movie. He refused to break character to go to the bathroom on the set of Morbius. So he kept all the shit on screen.
Any idea
That's
why?
a rumor that he refused to break character to go to the bathroom.
Whatever, bro.
What, dude? Nobody. If I mean, like that, I part of me understands, part of me doesn't. The whole method acting thing, where you really dive in. So, like, was he waiting because he was waiting till he would only shit blood?
I don't know. To me, I don't think. When I think of great actors, Jared Leto is not one of them that comes to mind.
I don't disagree at all. I don't remember seeing anything with Jared Leto being like, damn, he was incredible in that.
Yeah.
Anything for you? No.
No.
I appreciate the dedication, appreciate it, but I would appreciate it a lot more if it was on the level like Daniel Day-Lewis, where he actually wins Best Actor all the time and he does stuff like that. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, the movie is currently sitting at 17% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh my god!
The only movie that's done worse than that is the remade Fantastic Four movie.
Are we paying to see this film?
Yeah.
American dollars?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I won't go see it. I'm not going to pay money for it.
Full dollars?
I already
though?
know it's a dumpster
Not
fire.
even like partial dollars?
Oh, you're going to give us a Rotten Tomatoes discount, guys?
I'm going to go in my backyard and set my trash can on fire and tell you I watched it.
Like, look, it's Morbius.
I watched it.
Oh, no.
Listen, I want to go see this and be surprised. I want to go see this and have it blow me away.
It ain't.
I have a feeling you might be right. I'm interested to see because I've heard lots of different speculations that the CGI is bad. This movie looks full of rewrites, and it just doesn't look like they ever really hit their stream or their stride, really, when they were making it, which I get that. It makes sense.
I mean, if I've learned nothing from my good friend Robert Lamb, it's that if Rotten Tomatoes, it's no good.
Oh, gosh.
You can't watch it. And a 17% is absolute dog shit.
It is. It's bad.
That's dog shit. If it was 50%, I'd be like, all right, maybe people are half and half. 17%?
That's the critic score, by the way.
That
I don't know what the
worse.
I don't know what the audience score is.
They can be brutal on movies.
Yeah.
And even still, only 17% that's not good.
That's very true. Very, very true.
That's god awful.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Enough Morbius. We've talked about it enough. Let's get into video games and stuff like that. So the first bit of news is the Spartacus subscription that we were talking about last week. Oh, it came to fruition.
Spartacus.
The Spartacus level of streaming video games. And do you want to hear the pricing model for this?
Oh, absolutely.
I can't wait for this right now. So I'm going to go with U.S. prices because the majority of our listeners are here in the U.S. We do have, and if you go to our Instagram, it does have Europe, the United Kingdom, and Japan listed as well. But let's go through this. PlayStation Plus Essential. Don't know what that involves. $9.99 a month. Not bad.
Okay.
Not bad. For what now?
This is like the Game Pass version from PlayStation.
Gotcha.
So then we have the PlayStation Plus Extra with up to 400 additional PlayStation games. $14.99 a month. Not bad.
Makes sense. It'd have to be competitive. With
Not bad. Yeah. It would,
Xbox,
for
so.
sure. PlayStation Plus Premium. 340 additional games from PS3, PS2, and original PlayStation and PSP. That gives you $17.99 a month.
Do you have a list of these games that are coming with it?
I don't.
I might go fire up the old PlayStation if NBA Street's on there.
I don't have the list.
What do you pay monthly for Game Pass?
I think it's $14.99.
Oh, it just comes with the
Yeah.
Xbox subscription or whatever?
So does theirs also come with the live or whatever needed to play?
It does not
online?
say if it does, but I've got a comparison sheet down the road in our news here for what we've got. But something you mentioned literally last week, none of their first party exclusives will be on this streaming service.
Boom! I fucking called it.
You did.
I told you.
Yep. No God of War.
That's where they make all
No
their money.
Last of Us.
Wow.
No big single player exclusives. You will have to wait. You're going to get what is it? Parappa the Rapper. You'll get that.
Yeah. And that's why they're gonna lose.
What's the one? Fall Guys. You'll get Fall Guys.
Yeah. That's
Stuff
why
like
they're
that.
gonna lose.
I mean, we don't know that yet. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But let's go ahead and go into the comparison sheet here as well that says what you get with each. So the tiers, they have the Essential, the Extra, the Premium. There's the Xbox Game Pass for console, PC Game Pass, which makes sense, and Game Pass Ultimate, which I think is what everybody gets anyway.
Yeah, and it goes across all three, I believe.
Right, exactly.
Or all two.
Then you have the Switch and Switch Online expansion pack. The expansion pack giving you a few extra games, but Switch Online also does a little bit different. So here we go. I am incorrect on. No, I'm not. The Essential $9.99. We talked about that. The Extra $14.99. The Premium $17.99. Xbox, if you want just regular Game Pass, it's $9.99. Ultimate, which absorbs your online portfolio as well, $14.99. That is the one that goes across all
that's
three.
what we have.
And
that's the one that
Nintendo
also comes with gold.
Nintendo Switch $3.99. $3.99. Price per year for the Essential $59.99, for the Extra $99.99, for the per year $119.99. For Xbox, do the math, $14.99 times 12. And then for the Nintendo Switch, which is the greatest console ever, it's only $19.99 for the whole year. If you want the expansion pack, it's $50. I mean, they are the best value for sure. PlayStation, no family plan. Xbox, no family plan. Nintendo, they've got the family plan. If you do the just the regular without the expansion, it's still $40 for the year, and you can add 4 people. I mean, just dominating.
For Nintendo? I thought it was 8.
No, I don't think it's 8. Well, somebody will know. So additional perks, monthly downloadable games for PlayStation. Okay, monthly. If it changes monthly, I'd be interested. Some have got to stay. There's no way. Otherwise, that's pointless. I wouldn't even download it. Additional perks for Xbox, as we said earlier. Oh, so this one does not cover your subscription, because the Xbox says access to Xbox Live Gold, the xCloud, free games, all Ultimate only, and EA Play.
That's with Ultimate, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah. And for the Nintendo, if you get that, you get access to DLC for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Animal Crossing New Horizons. Not really that great. Access to older games for the PlayStation 1. Yes. PS1, PS2, PSP, PS3, PS4, depending on the tier you get.
What's PSP?
That's the little personal handheld one.
Oh, I thought you were making a mistake there, and I was trying to make fun of you.
Joke's on you.
Yep.
So for the Xbox, you get one for the original Xbox, Xbox 360, and Xbox One. For Nintendo, yes, you get SNES, NES, N64, Sega Genesis games. Really just a knockout there. Game trials, PlayStation, yes. Xbox, yes, for select EA Play games, Ultimate and PC. Online for Nintendo Switch, yes as well. Exclusive discounts, yes for all 3. Cloud saves, yes. And only difference is for Xbox, it does not require a subscription to do that. So, all those listed, I think this is not shocking me at least. Nintendo's the best value of all of them.
Nintendo's super solid.
Nintendo dominates this whole thing.
Which kind of surprises me.
Yeah. Really.
They're not usually the ones that...
But after that, I've got to give it to Xbox. I know I'm a homer. I know I play a lot of Xbox, but the fact that the Game Pass absorbs your monthly subscription to get online, it's a no-brainer.
Right.
So PlayStation, what is their monthly subscription cost?
I don't even know.
So that minimum, you're adding $9.99 on top of that.
Yeah. I know it used to be free. Then they stopped being free. Now I have no idea what the cost is because I'm just like, I'm not going to pay because I'm never going to play my PlayStation like that.
Yeah. Not to mention another good bit of info for Sony. There's no E3 this year.
Yep.
No games and technology showcase that they do literally every single year.
Did they indicate as to why?
They did not.
Why? Sony left it a couple of years ago. A lot of them did. There's no reason for it. E3 is a dead thing.
Kind of. And nowadays, everybody wants to use their own platform to promote their own thing, and they promote it for everybody.
And why go spend millions of dollars to go do that stupid show?
Yeah. So there you go. Maybe that is the death of E3. But here's another thing. Sony went and fired 90 North American employees. Now, these people, their jobs essentially was to connect Sony to retailers. We're talking Best Buy. We're talking your local comic book shops, I'm sure, your local video game shops. We're talking GameStop, all that jazz. All that North America team fired because they want to focus on digital products. I don't think that's a shock.
Yeah, I'm going to say not a shock at all.
I mean, sure. Hopefully, those people were just passionate about Nintendo or Sony, and that's really why they wanted to do that job. Because I would kind of look at that as kind of a dying job as well, right? I mean, like retailers bringing hard copies of games. That is not the way the future is trending.
Yeah, not at all.
I hope those people land on their feet, get a job, but
I mean, especially like nowadays, the only time I ever buy something is if I have the intention of potentially sharing it with someone.
Yeah.
Like Pokemon. Me and my brother, he could buy Shield, I could buy the other one, Sword, and then maybe, or whatever, when that was a thing, and we can switch. Other than that, man, I'm downloading it digital. I don't want to have to try to go get up and find a disc, put it in.
Yeah.
And the worst part is, even though you buy a disc, you still have to wait for it to download now, which makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really, I've always wondered. What the fuck is up with that?
Don't know.
Like, truly.
So it runs smooth. You might as well just download it. Just get a code, download.
Yeah. Well, not to mention that now that the way you can share consoles and stuff like this, if I wanted to, I could download every game in my living room to the Xbox that's in the bedroom.
Yep.
We mainly use it for streaming and watching TV to go to bed, but if I wanted to go in, I'm playing Elden Ring, I want to continue playing Elden Ring in the bedroom and this one's asleep, I could easily do that.
I'm surprised you haven't done that yet. No, I'm serious.
No, it's a little South Park to go to bed for me.
That's
Yeah, 'cause you'll be up all night. That's the whole reason that you come to bed.
There'd be no point to my head hitting the pillow if Elden Ring was on in the bedroom.
That's how my house is set up.
It'd be one of those games that, like, I would wake up 3 hours later and you would be walking off of cliffs.
What are you doing? Shut up.
And you're just
100%. That has not happened to me ever, by the way. I don't fall asleep while I'm playing. That's weird. But nothing is quite as funny as being jarred awake to go, honey, you're dying.
No.
Which happens all the time.
Not all the time. Be serious.
It used to happen a lot more when I fell asleep on the couch.
That's true.
I'd wake up to go to bed and I'd be like, babe, you're dying.
You're dying. Shut up.
He's just walking into the corner.
Yep. Or walking in a circle.
Of a cliff.
Something's attacking you.
Especially when you play, what is that, Diablo?
Diablo.
He would be asleep and like 9,000 things would be attacking him, and I would sit there and just watch for a couple minutes.
Is he waiting for something?
Usually I'd wake up and I would just look right at the TV and just be like trying to contemplate if I wanted to go to bed or not. And then I would just see him getting like eaten alive by God knows what things. And I'd look over and he's got the controller in his hand and he's just, and I'm like, oh, that explains it.
Hard.
And then I would just keep watching. And
Sawing
die.
those logs in half.
Yeah. That would happen to me every now and again.
Yeah. Happens to the best of us, right?
I gotta go.
Speaking of exclusives, let's talk about Halo Infinite. The developer has acknowledged player frustration over the lack of meaningful content.
Seems to be a trend with games nowadays.
Now, is it a trend with games or is it a trend with consumers? That they expect every time they log in something special and new and shiny and something to unlock and something to work towards. This right here, this story right here is why Elden Ring is the best game that I've played in, I'd say, 10 years. Since Gears 3, it is the best game I've ever played.
A little from column A, a little from column B. I think it's consumers, but I also think it's a part where people just try to put out, they try to gauge that, is this enough content for the $60, $70, $80 we're asking
For sure. Yeah.
And, I mean, if you can beat a game in 7 hours, one of the reasons why I haven't bought freaking Spider-Man, the Miles Morales yet. I hear it's only literally like an 8-hour game.
Really?
Yeah. I only play it for like 8 hours, but they want me to pay $70. No.
That's the one that that's the only one of those games, that and Final Fantasy VII, that made me think about going the PS5 route.
Yeah, and I am just not going to pay that.
No.
So I'll wait for it to become one of those greatest hits, and then I'll pick it up for $20.
Yep.
But yeah, I am not paying that. And I mean, I think things like Destiny and The Division and all those, and Fortnite mainly.
Actually, Fortnite is dominating the content game because essentially they don't have to change their core game. All they do is add skins and a little bitty thing that you can do to earn them, and the game is free. Yeah. All their money is coming from purchasable items in game, in cosmetics.
Yep.
I mean, essentially, the only other thing you can buy is the season pass to unlock stuff, right?
Yeah, season pass, and then if you actually play enough and you unlock it, it pays for itself again the next time.
And now there's a no build mode in Fortnite.
Oh, wow. Finally.
So that I'm just like, that actually even has me going, maybe I'll check it out.
Too cartoony for me. I don't like games with different levels, power levels of guns.
I mean, I don't mind it, but either way, I just think it's going to invite another group in there. They've had things like live concerts. I think Travis Scott, is that a rapper?
Mm-hmm. Probably.
He did a concert in the game. All you had to do was show up and your avatar could watch the free concert.
I mean, that's kind of cool. I mean, I wouldn't watch it in person or in a video game, but it's still kind of cool that they're, whatever.
I feel, who's this Travis
I mean, at
Scott
least nobody.
Who's this here feller with his pants down around his thighs?
I guess at least nobody can die at his concert if it's in a video game.
Wow.
Wow.
Too soon.
Yeah, way too soon.
Just saying.
It's true. I actually was
no, you're right though about
it's not really a joke. It's serious.
You're right though about Halo Infinite. Dark. I mean, like the people expect a lot of stuff for their $60, and I think they have a lot of things planned out. I truly do. I think Halo has things mapped out for a long time. It's just not happening as fast as the community would like it. And there's not enough changing in the game to make it compelling to keep you there. I love Halo. When a new season comes out, I'll be on Halo. But as of right now, I beat the season. I got everything I needed. There's no sense because I'm not trying to go pro.
And that's kind of the thing is you pick it up, you play it, and you put it down once you got what you wanted to go get, what you're chasing. But I remember a time back before when you didn't have updates.
Mm-hmm.
And when Halo 2 came out, that was all I played for 3-4 years.
Yeah, but that was also a different time where you could play with your boys at any time.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing now.
Or your girls.
But the point being is now that there's so much more expected. Like Destiny, add more and more to it, more and more to it. Think about picking it up, and I'm like, nah, I'm not paying that for it.
They've gotten to the point where they start adding so much stuff that they have to delete older stuff to make room for it.
Yeah.
So, my goodness. That was weird.
And
that scared the crap out of me.
Nothing's really worth it nowadays.
No, you're right. There's really not much, except for, like I say, Elden Ring. That game right now, I got to know how long this game really was truly in development. Because there's so much stuff to find. They're still uncovering stuff now that nobody's seen yet.
Yeah.
And there are new builds, new ways to do things, and I can't even imagine if DLC comes out for this game.
It just may. It may be one of those things where they didn't plan on DLC because they might not have planned it to be this big.
Right.
And now it's huge. And so now they might be like, all right. Because, I mean, as you were saying before about Fortnite used to be like only thing anything played when you jumped online. And it's everybody. You can see everybody playing that.
Mhm.
Now it's a dead game. I might see one person playing it every now and again.
I know a lot of people that are still playing it.
I turn on my Xbox, and I don't have friends that played Elden Ring. Most of my friends played, like, I met them playing The Division or Overwatch or something different, Madden. Bro, everybody's playing Elden Ring.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell?
It is a wild game.
Yeah, you keep sending me clips. I just laughed at the one that I saw, though.
I sent him a guy of a guy panicking, which Megan can attest that this has happened to me too. He's running through and he's like, oh God. And then he's running and then something grabs me. He's like, what is happening? Let me go. And then he's running for literally 3 minutes. He's like, guys, I have no health. I've got to get somewhere. And then he goes, oh, I'll fucking get outsmarted. As soon as he jumps, he's like, thank God, there's a roof. I made it. And then he jumps to another balcony and insta-dies. Something jumps from his periphery that he can't see. And he's like, he just goes, God damn it.
Like, I felt this struggle right there.
Me too.
That look on his face is like, bro, I know that hurt.
We've been there.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's talk about actually, let's take our first break of the day. We might have enough for 2 today, guys. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's enough time, but we're going to take a quick break and we will be right back with a little bit more of that sweet, juicy video game news. See you in a second.
Your happiest spring starts with Lowe's, and it all starts with getting outside with lots of friends and family. Get those spring gatherings going with our 5-piece dining sets at our everyday low price starting at $6.28. Then cook up an endless amount of possibilities with our Blackstone griddles starting at $2.99. Create a season full of togetherness and make spring sizzle. At Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location while supplies last, about 3/31 to 4/6, U.S. only. Your happiest spring starts with Lowe's, and it all starts with a beautiful green lawn. Keep it looking sharp and save $50 on the Cobalt 40-volt self-propelled mower. Was $399, now just $349. And give the rest of your yard a healthy boost with a bag of our premium mulch at the everyday low price of $368. Create a season full of happiness at Lowe's. Home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location while supplies last, about 3/31 through 4/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii, U.S. only.
No, I'm kidding. And we're back.
I was like, what are you doing? Did you just feel like,
I just felt like
that for a
hitting it.
second?
You know what I mean? So speaking of Elden Ring,
What?
They want to
Were you
work
talking about
with,
that before the break?
Yeah.
Oh.
Weren't we just?
Yeah, we were.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ.
I tune out for video
Speaking
games.
of Elden Ring,
Looking at bulldogs.
she tunes out, but she's going to want to hear this. The developer for
I
Elden
did
Ring
see
wants to work with the Wheel of Time writers next.
Yeah. So who all have they worked with so far? Have they worked with like Witcher?
They've been their own developer.
Okay.
No, The Witcher is its own series and book.
I
and all
know,
that
but I
stuff.
didn't know. I'm assuming that they want
Different
to work with
developer.
Wheel of Time for developing monsters and things like that. That's why I was wondering if they're trying to put different.
It's probably just for narrative based. We've talked about it on this show called Alter Ego Podcast before.
Cool.
Where they worked with George R.R. Martin from Game of Thrones.
Yeah. I know
so
that.
now they want to work
That's
with.
what I'm saying. I don't know who else they've worked with. I don't know if this was the first one since then.
No, it is.
But it's for narrative purposes and for monsters and things like that.
I don't know
and
about
areas.
monsters. They probably have plenty of people who can create monsters.
Whatever. This is
But
why I tune out, because I don't care.
there
Because
you
you're
go.
mean to me.
I am.
So
I am
I
mean
stopped
to her.
caring about video games.
I berate her off the air.
Yes.
Thank
You're
you for
so
choosing the
dumb.
Alter Ego
You're
podcast.
so dumb. You're so dumb. You don't know anything about video games. You're such a girl.
Did I say you're so dumb or you're such a girl? Could somebody please clip me saying that at all, other than that explanation?
Hours and hours worth. 99
Yeah.
hours
Go back,
worth.
go back and find it, please. Anyway, I got sad news for you, Ryan.
What's that?
Breath of the Wild 2 has been delayed to 2023.
I know. I've heard.
What a bummer.
I saw that news and just wanted to give him a hug.
I am not sad, though.
You're
I
not?
am not a person who gets upset about a game being pushed back, especially by Nintendo.
Oh,
'Cause that
yeah,
just
for sure.
means that they're just going to make it that much better. Take all the
You're
time
not
you
wrong.
need.
You're not wrong.
I'd rather you give me or push it back a year, 2 years, and give me a great game than rush it out and give me a piece of shit.
That's the other thing, though, right? Like Nintendo, let's give them some props here for a minute, because they also will release games at $30 and $29 or $25 or whatever. They are not always going to be this is $60 no matter what buy. Now the Title 1 games, Pokemon, for sure you're paying that, but Pokemon is Pokemon. It's the biggest video game industry in the world. Yeah. So they can afford to do that because obviously their stuff is compelling. But you're absolutely right. Nintendo, I don't think, has ever put out a product and people are like, we thought it was going to be this, but it was actually this.
Yeah, it rarely happens.
Yeah.
If it ever does.
If it does, it's because people's expectations are through the roof.
And I mean, after the first Breath of the Wild, you got to come with something great.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's arguably one of the greatest games of all time.
Like, this is my Elden Ring for you.
There you go.
Like, to me, it's the best.
And actually, those are the parallels I use for you when I'm talking to you about Elden Ring.
Which is one of the reasons I kind of want to play it.
I'll show you a couple clips when we get out of here. We'll check it out. So, one more thing for video games, and we're moving on to TV and movies. Sonic is coming out very soon. They're on the press tour. I'm excited for it. And apparently, they had to come out and say, we're not going to follow the games in order. And that is because they teased a character that is not in chronological order for the games. I wonder what that is. What do you think? Dark Sonic?
I don't know. I haven't.
Gold Sonic?
I mean, when was the last time they made a Sonic game?
Forever.
There are like 8 of them.
Yeah, but when was the last one?
Probably, Dreamcast? Or Nintendo Switch for sure, but not a standalone Sonic game.
That's what I mean. It's been a long
They've
damn
actually
time.
been coming out with more Sonic games. There's a lot of them.
I still love Sonic.
Now,
That's a brainless, pass the time, excellent game that you can just sit and play.
Is Sonic going to be one of those characters that's brought into Mario Kart, I wonder?
I hope so.
That would be so cool.
I want him brought into Mario Kart, but I don't want him to use a cart.
You want him just to be...
I want him to just run.
See, that would be dope.
And then, so for the customization options, all you do is customize his shoes.
I dig it.
I mean, right?
I mean, there's got to be other characters that have little things like that to where, like, if you choose them as a character, that you could totally customize the menu for them.
And every time you ding Sonic, he loses coins.
And you can pick up the rings as other...
that'd be cool.
That would be cool.
Well, you'd have to do that for all the cars if you're going to have Sonic.
I know.
Something of value. But yeah, that would be cool. Or just a race where you're racing Sonic.
I want to say, I think there is a Sonic kart racer out there somewhere, but
there is.
I've never played it.
I think you're right. No, I wouldn't
I'm
either.
on to something.
The only other kart racer that I was religiously happy about playing was Crash Bandicoot, Crash Team Racing.
Crash Team Racing?
That was good. But anyway, that's all I got for video games. I promise. That's it. We're done.
Oh.
We're going to bring some sadness into this right now.
Oh,
I
gosh.
can feel it.
We are. There's 2 things that are sad, then one thing that is not unexpected by any means. First one, Bruce Willis stepping away from acting.
I saw.
What's the name of the
aphasia? Aphasia, yeah.
Where he is losing the ability to communicate. And a lot of these folks from the sets of some of these B movies that he's been doing lately are like, with Bruce now, you have to tell him exactly what to say, when to stand, where to stand there. So I feel bad for Bruce, man. He was definitely my favorite action star of
He's
all
a legend
time.
lost. I mean, obviously he's still around, but when it comes to Hollywood and stuff, I mean, it's really sad. And it makes you wonder, not that we know anything about his medical history, but it makes you kind of wonder if it was a sudden thing or if it was a slow drip, because it could happen either way.
Yeah.
It could be slow if he's got some sort of disease or like a brain tumor, like something in his head, or it could happen suddenly after like a stroke or something. I read a bunch about it after that was announced. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Like you just think back to his like Die Hard days and all that other stuff to where he's just so...
Last Boy Scout.
I mean, obviously that was 80s, like so long ago, but it's like when you see somebody like that on screen and then you hear things like he was struggling to communicate at all, it just breaks your heart.
Yeah. Especially when they do mean so much to you. This family, I can attest to. We watch Die Hard every single Christmas.
Every Christmas.
Hey, my Xbox gamer tag has been the same for about 15 years.
John McClane V2.
John McClane V2.
Love it.
It's going to be sad that I'm never going to hear him say yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, again.
Not unless it's on a rewatch. Yeah.
Not on a new movie. I hear they were supposed to be doing, but that's not going to happen now.
They're going to go with Will Smith instead.
Slap the shit out of somebody?
Whoops! Okay, I'm done. I'm done with Will. Jim Carrey also talking about retiring from acting in general, said it would have to be God coming down with the golden pen and saying, this one is for you. It's a story that needs to be told in order to get him to seriously consider coming back.
So Morgan Freeman, tell him we need Bruce Almighty 3.
This doesn't surprise me, especially not to bring up Will Smith again, but seeing Jim Carrey's reaction to that. Have you seen that?
No. I don't really pay attention to Hollywood.
I don't either. I don't either, but TikTok is a wonderful thing. He went pretty hard on that and was like, it's basically in so many ways saying people are sick of Hollywood.
Yeah.
They're tired of them. They used to be stars. They used to be icons. They used to be people that people looked up to. Not anymore. He's like, basically, he just sounds done with it.
Yep.
So
a lot of them are D-bags. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Well, money changes everybody.
I mean, it's you look at these guys too, and you look at like the current, and I hate to, I'm not gonna like try to get political or anything on this, but just more generational. If you're thinking about like the next generation of actors and stuff, it's like you have that millennial mindset and the millennial mindset is taking over Hollywood. So it's like all these older guys like Jim Carrey, even the Bruce Willises of the world. I mean, Steve Carell is one that comes to mind because he's completely stayed out of all the drama. So I know he's not super famous, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, he is, but he's not a Jim Carrey. But I'm just saying it's like these older actors have kind of moved on from the spotlight and have really seen what Hollywood has become. And they're just like, I don't want any part of that shit. It's like we were heroes, not something to obsess over, and that's that's the vibe that I feel like is changing in the Hollywood elite.
Some of the Hollywood elite really leaned into the you should be something to obsess over.
Right.
But my favorite ever, because I don't want to get into politics is Kevin Hart. When they asked him, why don't you comment on this, that, and the other? He goes, because I'm not going to divide my audience.
No.
That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to be funny, and I'm not going to ever divide my people over something that's an opinion that I'm not even qualified to, speak on it directly. So I'm not going to. And I got to say, I gave a lot of props to Kevin Hart for that.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all the trouble he got into for that thing a few years ago, making the joke or doing whatever it was that he fucking said and got in trouble for. Huh. He was supposed to host something.
Oh, that's right. And they was it the Oscars?
Yeah, I think it was the Oscars.
And the Oscars told him, never mind.
Yeah. So
is that when Gervais went and
made
a big mockery of Hollywood?
I think it is.
Oh, you reap what you sow.
He goes, third time, don't care. If you want to talk about jokes that people might want to get up and slap somebody over, Google Ricky Gervais hosting the Oscars.
Watch that 9-minute monologue that he starts the Oscar hosting with.
Yeah, that just kind of puts it all in perspective.
Honestly, it's like Hollywood gold.
It is.
They all hated it. We all loved it.
They hated it. Everybody at home was like, damn, y'all listening to Ricky?
We were like, what is going? This can't be real. Like, this has got to be fake. Nope. Every second of it was real. He's like, this is my last time doing it. Who cares? Like,
what are they going to do? Fire me? He's up there with a pint of beer.
Oh, God. He was something. You got to watch it.
It is worth your time.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, if you guys just earmuff it for me. Sandra, I know you're listening, sweetheart. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. They dethroned the Batman at the box office. And you know what? The Lost City, I'm sure it's great. I love the purple jumpsuit. You're glowing. You look just as good as you ever did.
She's glowing.
Okay, sorry guys, just had to have a moment to talk about something else. I was subscribing to some magazines.
Did you want to say what you needed to say to what's his face in that movie? He better step how far back?
Channing, back up.
Yeah, he gets
you.
A little close to her in that movie.
I like you. You're a nice guy. Take 10 steps back. Act from back there. CGI is a wonderful thing. Y'all could have green screened him.
Man, you can't do that to Magic Mike.
I just did. No, but that's surprising.
I cannot believe that movie dethroned Batman. Yeah. I am shocked.
I gotta say though, look at the big three. It's obviously Sandra Bullock, Channing Tatum, but then you have Daniel Radcliffe. He's a polarizing guy. I mean, he will not be known.
Batman.
I know.
Come on.
I know, but not a lot of things have been said about the Lost City. Lots of things have been talked about with the Batman for a long time. So,
and it's also divided.
And this isn't gross over the time it's been in theaters. It's just that weekend.
Just this weekend, yeah.
So Batman, I'm sure, has made hand over fist more money.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So the Obi-Wan series is coming out soon, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Month of May?
I was going to say.
Month of May it's coming out?
It debuts on May the 4th.
You're going to have to go.
No, it
sharpen
does
my
not.
lightsaber.
Actually, that's funny. That's part of what we got here. So that show has been pushed back like 2 days. It's May 26th now, not May 24th.
No,
So-
I thought it was supposed to debut on May the 4th
No.
for May the 4th Be With You Day.
May 24th. And it has been pushed back to May 26th. But it was originally going to have Darth Maul in the series going after Obi-Wan Kenobi. After he got his whole, bottom half sliced off
Oh, yeah, that's right.
by the
He got
title character.
Cut in half by the guy.
But
that
it's a
one
movie,
time.
man. Oh, you didn't
Yeah.
watch that one,
May
huh?
27th.
Not a big Star Wars guy?
Oh, no.
Just look up the fight scene. You'll like Darth Maul plenty.
I know he's the guy
So-
with the red and black face and the double-sided lightsaber.
Uh-huh.
So are they going to do releases on Friday then? Because it comes out the 27th. Just so we're reporting correctly, because that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
It's May 27th, which is a Friday.
Wait a minute. When have we ever been about historical accuracy?
I'm just saying.
But you're right.
But
You're
if
right.
you're
You're right.
looking out for it on the 26th, you're going to call us liars, and it's not coming out to the 27th.
I would love in my heart if we were your source for release
Hey,
dates over
you never
Disney's
know.
massive marketing campaign. If you
never
said,
know.
you know what, screw Disney, I'm going to listen to the Alter Ego podcast, and you know what, you got a free hug on me. Let me know. We'll get you a T-shirt.
If we're steering them wrong, they're never going to trust us.
This
So
is true.
if we're steering them right,
This
then
is
we
true.
might get people to count on us for
They're
their dates
here
and
for our
releases.
journalistic integrity.
And our back and forth banter and
But
charisma.
they decided to skip on Darth Maul for Darth Vader in the Grand Inquisition. I gotta say, if you're any sort of what? You don't want Darth Vader?
I want Darth Maul.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Darth
I'm
Vader's
tired of
like the
Darth
guy-
Vader.
Exactly. I was like,
I'm tired of his ass.
Darth Maul's kind of cool.
He's the most
And I don't
powerful
even know
dude in the
who he is.
universe.
Yeah, he can stay the most powerful dude in the universe in the
Well,
movies he's
it's-
been in so far.
It's Darth Vader and the Grand Inquisition.
No, honestly, I think Darth Vader's a little downplayed. Like,
We want to see. I agree.
They
but
have
we
never
wanna see
truly
some shit.
shown Darth Vader's power on screen.
They've hardly ever shown Darth Maul. Period. So
I mean,
let's fucking go. Is what I'm
from a
trying to say.
guy who
Let's
can-
see some new shit. It's
He was in-
2022.
He was in Clone Wars
who
a
can choke
lot.
you from a distance?
Yeah.
He should have a mean ass choke slam.
Somebody that's choking you through Zoom.
He should be like,
right in the middle of me drinking.
Somebody says something to Darth Vader. Who's like, "What did you say?"
he should just have somebody. He should have a guy go get the table. And he just choke slams him through it.
Oh boy.
That guy.
I
I'm gonna be
need
that
to know
stormtrooper.
who he could be talking
Just
to.
the
Right,
table.
Stormtrooper, get the table, and it's just Devon Dudley.
Oh, bro, I'd love it.
That would go so well. Speaking of Devon Dudley, WrestleMania was this last weekend.
How'd that go?
I don't know. I don't have anything to go, but I know Austin made a resurgence and raised hell all over WrestleMania, which I'm always here for that.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So Mandalorian season 3 has apparently wrapped filming. Done deal. And they added a new guy to the cast. Marty! Christopher Lloyd.
Oh, I was going to say
From Back
Marty.
to the Future.
I was like, from Back to the Future?
Marty!
Michael
We've got to
J.
get back to
Fox.
1965.
Michael J. Fox is in it? Got it.
Ooh. He plays Baby Yoda's older brother, somewhat younger Baby Yoda. Or somewhat older Baby Yoda.
He just vibrates the whole time.
Oh, no. Too soon.
Is it, though?
So speaking of people who haven't gotten a lot of screen time and deserve time in the sun and want to come back, Samuel Jackson, ready to return to Star Wars as Mace Windu.
Bitch.
Are you into that?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
Force choke, motherfucker! I would be into that. I would definitely be into that. He says there's a huge history of people with one hand returning to Star Wars. I'll learn the lightsaber left-handed.
There we go.
He won't even have to. They'll CGI his hand, off he goes. How many people now have gotten CGI or, whatever? Ugh.
I'm actually going to have to actually watch Star Wars so I can quit making a mockery of Star Wars.
This is true.
I'm sure people are
This is true.
screaming at me.
Yeah, for sure. Who's screaming at you? I just got to know that.
I don't know. Somebody
That
out there
tidbit
on
of
the
it, too.
internet.
All right. We've only got a couple more things, and we're going to talk about a little Adam project, shall we? Shall I? Let's go through this really quick. Umbrella Academy Season 3 arrives June 22nd. Don't know if I said that. I'm saying it now. Walking Dead finally wraps the series after 11 seasons. Congratulations to them. Bill Skarsgård, who is It in the movie It, is rumored to beginning production on a reboot of The Crow. What do you know about The Crow?
I know that
Brandon Lee died.
Brandon Lee died. They actually kept a scene in there where he actually got shot.
Mm-hmm.
Used to love that show when it was on TV.
The movie,
the
you
actual
mean?
show.
Oh, I didn't know there was a Crow show.
Yep, there's a Crow show with a guy and a girl.
Oh, wow.
Both of them weren't bad.
I would watch that.
And then
I would watch a female crow.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
Hold on, my bad. I'm confusing that. It's not the Crow.
Oh.
She was the Raven, but it was a Highlander. That's what it was. So,
Gotcha.
Yeah, no.
My statement stands. I would still watch a female crow.
Yeah. I actually have been telling the wife about it, and she will have to watch it with me soon because she's never seen them.
Here's another thing I want to touch on before we get into the Adam Project. Shall I?
Shall I? Yes.
IGN came out with the top 25 Pixar movies of all time, as voted by their, and I'm going to give you air quotes here, fans.
IGN can't be trusted. I thought we've already been through this.
Well, you guys can't be trusted. What are you doing? Let's look at the top 5, shall we?
I feel like they fuck this up every time, but that's just
Number
me.
1, The Incredibles. The Incredibles is a great movie. I love The Incredibles. Number 1? I don't know about number 1.
I honestly couldn't name you 10 Pixar movies.
Yes, you could. You just don't know you can.
Yeah, you
Let me
could.
go through the list, shall I? From the 25th. I've said shall I 8 times
you
in the
have,
last freaking 10
like
minutes.
8 too many.
Right, then shall I? Number 25, Cars 3. Number 24, Cars 2. Number 23, Finding Dory. Number 22, Monsters University. I went outside and punched an old man in the face repeatedly when I saw Monsters University at 22. That needs to
that's some
be
bullshit.
top 15 easy.
I thought the first one was Monsters, Inc.
I didn't even explain to him why I was hitting him. And that's not true. But 21, The Good Dinosaur. What?
That's an okay movie.
Never even heard of that movie.
Number 20, Brave. Number 19, Cars. So all 3 Cars are 19, 24, and 25.
Cars is probably one of the few movies on that list I've actually seen.
18, Onward. I'm not putting Onward over Cars. Sorry.
Onward was good, but I would agree.
Number
Cars 1 is
17,
not.
Turning Red. I'm not putting Turning Red over any of these except for Cars 2 and Cars 3. Luca, haven't seen it. Can't have an opinion. Soul, haven't seen that either. 14, Incredibles 2. Okay. Incredibles 2. Yeah, I like that one. A Bug's Life. Sure. Number 12, Toy Story 4. What? Number 11, Ratatouille. Haven't seen it. Heard great things.
You haven't seen Ratatouille?
No.
You would probably love that movie.
You don't know what I would love, okay?
I think you would like
I'm
it.
going to say, for being a person who likes to cook,
I think
you would
you'd
love
really
that
like
movie.
that one. We should watch it.
Oh, gosh.
We're
All
going to
right.
watch it.
Okay.
All I know
So
is that basically...
I know what I'm doing.
The movie is about a rat who can cook, but he basically uses a guy as like a puppet to do it for him.
All right. Number 10, Toy Story 2. Number 9, Up. Up. That's one of the most tear-jerky, crazy movies Pixar's ever done, and it's at 9.
Never seen it.
Number 8. Now, this is my number 1, which I don't understand why it's number 8, but I didn't make this list. IGN. Finding Nemo is at number 8. Number 7, Monsters, Inc. Okay. Number 6, Coco. I've never seen Coco, so I can't tell you. Number 5, Inside Out. Wasn't that great to me. I did not dig Inside Out that much. Number 4, Toy Story. Number 3, Wall-E. Wall-E? I'm putting Wall-E at the bottom of the list, man. I really am. It's not that great. And then Toy Story 3 at number 2, with Incredibles being number 1.
Oh.
I don't agree. I just don't.
Mine would probably be Toy Story, just because that's mainly the only one I've really seen. And The Incredibles is pretty good.
Incredibles is great. It's a good movie, but that would not shock me that we, the Alter Ego podcast, were big fans of The Incredibles.
And Finding Nemo.
That was another really good one.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So that's what I've got for TV and movies, gang. Do we want to talk about a little Adam Project, this new Netflix film, which is the second installment of the trilogy of Ryan Reynolds and Sean Levy, I think his name is.
Okay.
So the third one that's going to be is Deadpool 3, by the way.
Oh.
So these guys clearly like working together. Adam Project is out on Netflix, has been out on Netflix for a while. So if we're giving you new information now, I don't know what to tell you. We're not going to get into non-spoiler territory. We're just going to openly talk about the movie here, I think. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
fine.
fair.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So I got to say, do you mind if I go first?
No.
Go first.
I'm a big fan of Ryan Reynolds.
Same.
I used to be a really big fan of The Rock. I'm starting to have very similar feelings for Ryan Reynolds as I have for The Rock.
I don't like that. Why?
And what I mean is,
Yep.
Yep, I know what you're about to say.
is the same
Typecast.
dude
Yep.
in every movie.
Yep.
I mean, outside of Deadpool.
Deadpool just he's
the
got a
same thing.
mask
He's got a
on.
mask on.
I don't know.
I mean, he's quippy, he's an asshole. The only difference between Deadpool and everybody else is he's willing to shoot somebody in Deadpool. But he's always got to be the quick-witted, funny guy.
Sarcastic.
Who, he's a good-looking dude, and he's very sarcastic, and he gets quick laughs. And I think, personally, Ryan Reynolds is being underutilized. I think he could do a lot more.
Yeah.
I've seen him in Amityville Horror. He's definitely got the ability to do darker dramas. There was the one where where he was buried alive.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, that was another one that was crazy. I mean, like, and everything to him is just the quick jokes.
Yeah.
And he's great. He's great. The Ryan Reynolds typecast lasts a lot longer than the Dwayne Johnson typecast for me. But this movie, it's kind of, to me, it was kind of a cookie cutter movie. You have a cast you could not fail with. Zoe Saldana, perfect. I haven't seen a movie with her that I have not liked her in. Mark Ruffalo, great job. Jennifer Garner, great job. Ryan Reynolds, perfect. The antagonist, I can't remember her name, but I know she was in 40-Year-Old Virgin. She's another one who delivers in all the movies that she's in. But this one, I was just like, okay, I expect everything that's going to happen here.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is one of those movies that you know everything that is going to happen, but you're just watching it just to watch it.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what this was.
We started this together, I think, and then I started playing a video game and you went off to get ready for whatever it was and you finished watching it. What was your opinion?
On the ending or the whole movie or what?
Yeah, the whole movie.
Tell
us everything you think about everything.
I didn't mind it because it was something different. It was something different that you don't like. I just feel like there's a lot of repetitiveness in movie making right now.
Sure.
And I felt like it was something that was a little different. I really enjoyed the little kid that was in the movie. I don't recognize him from anything before, and I think he did an outstanding job. So I don't know if he's had some stuff before. I really liked it a lot. So I did like it because I thought that it was something different. It's a nice movie that you can watch with your family and probably never watch it again.
Walker Scoble was the name of this young man, and that was actually my comment as well. I'm going to echo exactly what you said.
I thought
that kid stole the show.
Oh, he was outstanding.
Really good.
And I think him playing that typical Ryan Reynolds as a child, I think he did really, really well. I think the storyline was really great in regards to his childhood and what he was going through with school and with his home and all that other stuff. Like, that's real life stuff. Like, I thought that was really touching.
Yeah.
But as far as the actual movie goes, I probably will not watch it again. I mean, not that I wouldn't because I enjoyed it, but because it's just one of those movies that you're like, oh, I'm glad I watched that. And then you move on and you're just like, that's not one that I'm just going to pick up and watch again.
And that's what I say when I say it's a cookie cutter movie, right? Like, yeah, okay, it was good. Yeah. It was good. I liked it. I have no complaints, but nothing stuck out. Actually, if anything stuck out, I thought it was really cool, the kid and the way they showed the technology from the future.
Yeah.
The space travel, that was really cool. The ship, really cool. The idea behind the sci-fi stuff, really cool.
And our girl being in and out of that movie, I didn't like that.
Zoe?
I didn't like that. Zoe. I feel like you were definitely underplayed in that movie.
Yeah,
Definitely underused.
Yeah.
Definitely underused for who you were. I liked the end in that regard with the two of them. That was touching, but I don't know.
I mean, you saw that coming a mile
You did.
away.
You saw it coming a mile away, and you saw it all working out the way that it's supposed to. It's very fairy tale and like Disney, to where like of course everybody's in love at the end and it somehow works out. But
I don't think the budget for this movie was huge.
no, they had a couple of blow up scenes, and that was was pretty much it.
They dealt with the futuristic people, and there was at the end I was kind of like when he's like, well, we're showing up here at the final place, and there's no bad guys around. There's also nobody walking around. There's no cars
security,
parked. There's no nothing.
nothing.
I'm like, is this a budget thing?
So my thought on that was actually, because I thought about that after the movie too, I was like, man, I wonder what they, and this is like nothing against the actors that were in the movie, but
they're all great.
You have Ryan Reynolds, you have Mark Ruffalo, you have what's her face Gardner. What's her name?
Jennifer
Gardner. Not that she's freaking breaking bank at Hollywood, but she is a very well-known face that everybody knows. So I mean, she's clearly not, doing bad for herself. But it's like especially those three names and Zoe, you have those four names, even though she was kind of in and out of it.
Yeah.
It makes you think that if they would have chosen lesser scale acting, that maybe the movie could have been that much better simply because they were putting the money into the movie and the story and not just paying these actors. Because these asses, their asses made an assload of money. And I know that Ryan Reynolds was he was a director, or what was he?
He's probably an executive producer.
Executive producer. He was involved in some other form or fashion. So his ass was paid. So it's like, I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. They earn the money. That's great. They are who they are. I'm not putting anything against them. But I feel like the budget was spent on names to try to drive people to watch the movie.
And it worked.
And it worked, instead of trying to make it maybe a bigger kind of blockbuster style movie with a lot more shit going on. I don't know. It's a Netflix movie, so it is what it is.
But I was going to say, I don't know how you get much more blockbuster. I mean, you know what I mean? There's not much to that movie, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like...
Yeah.
But they could have had maybe a cooler, air travel fighting scene, or a fucking car parked in the parking lot at the building at the end. Like you were saying, was this a budget thing? It's like there could have been something else happening.
Yeah.
Literally anything. And I think that maybe the actors and actresses that they had scaled to this movie took a significant chunk of the budget.
I think that's the problem, is it was such a good movie in terms of like being exactly what you expected, that you expected so much more.
Yeah.
You see,
and I think that's
those...
why everybody's like, "Oh, that was okay," and they walk away from it being
I
okay.
Didn't. I was just like, I know exactly what this is. We're
Yeah.
gonna watch it. I watched it. Okay.
Yeah.
Not bad. Ryan Reynolds is obviously still Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah,
I was
that's
just
true.
hoping to see a little more like out of Jennifer Gardner, but
I was expecting more out of Zoe Saldana and more out of Jennifer Gardner for sure, because those are two really, really excellent actresses, and our antagonist. And our antagonist was kind of a been there, done that, really rich person who was going back in time for money. And it was like that was the whole motivation of everything, was for her to stay rich. And she was after, I mean,
control things, yeah.
It was the normal shtick of bad
Yeah.
guys in movies. And I just thought that that group who all did their parts flawlessly.
What they should have spent their budget on was at the end, Mark Ruffalo just turned into the Hulk. Just for fun.
Yeah. I don't know. Adam Project, I'm not going to grade it super, super high. It's like Megan said, I watched it that
Yeah.
time. I'm glad that I watched it.
If you're cruising Netflix and you're struggling,
Your happiest spring starts with Lowe's, and it all starts with getting outside with lots of friends and family. Get those spring gatherings going with our 5-piece dining sets at our everyday low price starting at $6.28. Then cook up an endless amount of possibilities with our Blackstone griddle starting at $2.99. Create a season full of togetherness and make spring sizzle at Lowe's. Home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, about 3/31 to 4/6, U.S. only.
The Triple B Podcast would like to invite you to come break bread with your brothers. If you like what you're hearing on the show, if you think we missed the mark, or if we got it all wrong, reach out to us on social media. We can be reached on Twitter at triple_B_pod or search Brothers Breaking Bread Podcast. We are the Brothers Breaking Bread on Facebook, and our email is brothersbreakingbreadpod@gmail.com. Further descriptions are in the show notes. Like, follow, friend, do all that good stuff, and please never forget to break bread with your brothers.
How y'all doing? We out here chilling on the spot. What up? How y'all doing? We out here chilling on the spot. What up? How y'all doing? We out here chilling on the spot. How y'all doing? We out here chilling on the spot. What up?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Brothers Breaking Bread Podcast in the house. Hey.
We're having a little potluck. It'll be good.
Yeah, let's make it happen. Let's not just talk about it. This is a beautiful thing, man. It's all this blackness, and we all just getting together, we playing dominoes, we eating, we drinking. And, you know, food is always just the extra, man. They deprive these people of their basic human rights, you know, and we call ourselves Americans. We're supposed to be above all this.
They'll fake the crisis. They'll make it seem way out of proportion.
We brothers, we breaking bread. How y'all doing? We out here chilling on the spot. What up?
Trying to hold it all together, man. Life is moving fast right now, man. So it's good to have everybody come through. I love that, man. I love it a lot more than I could say to you guys.
You need to say clearly what happened. I fucked August. Yeah, but I need to know specifically everything that happened. Like y'all fucking, how did that happen? Well, his dick got into an entanglement with my pussy. That's what I said. Did you like his dick? Yes. I'm gonna kill this bitch. Oh my God, here you go. You said you wasn't gonna get mad. So let me ask you, did you suck his dick? I mean, that is a part of sex, isn't it? Who you fucking bitch? You know I should strangle the fucking shit out of you right now. So where did he come? See, you wouldn't know about this, but when you got some good ass dick and every inch is inside me and you're just...
Okay. Anyway, so that is a highly edited version of, was that 2 years ago?
Yeah, something like the Red Table Talk.
Yeah, Red Table Talk 2 years ago when it came out that Jada had sex with... on here, they say Will's boy, but it's actually his son's friend. And we talked about on the show, too, perceptions and all that shit like that. If it was the other way around, there was a male having sex with a young lady who was friends of their daughter, Willow, it would have been very different. But, yeah. So that's kind of leads you in a dark history of this I guess this whole relationship couple. So if you haven't been out there, you've been hiding under a pillow. Chris Rock, I almost said Chris Tucker, but Chris Rock was headlining or the MC for the Oscars, aka Academy Award shows.
Well, no, he wasn't MC.
He was just the entertainer. He was just the entertainer.
Entertaining. My bad. I don't watch the shit, so my bad. Thank y'all.
Yeah. Right. No, they had a black producer. I guess Will Packer, I believe.
Yeah, I knew that.
And they had 3 women. Wanda Sykes is one of them.
Yes.
I think it was Regina Hall.
Regina Hall and Regina Hall. Yeah, Regina Hall.
Yeah. There you go. So.
Okay. So yeah, I'm an entertainer. During his segment for a presentation, made some jokes. One being about Jada Pinkett. She was bald head. Had a bald head, shaved, bald, trimmed haircut. Made something about G.I. Jane joke, which went to what's her name? It's the white lady's name.
Demi Moore.
Demi Moore, thank you.
Demi Moore.
Demi Moore being G.I. Jane, where she cut her hair off to fit in with the rest of the boys. Yeah, come to find out, I guess Jada Pinkett has alopecia or suffers from alopecia. I guess that was supposed to be the impetus of everybody getting upset. Will hopping on stage after telling Chris Rock, keep my wife's name out your motherfucking mouth. And
No, you got to reverse.
Yeah, you got it backwards.
What?
Yeah, he smacked him first.
With no words. With no words.
No,
Yeah.
there were words. Those words.
It wasn't until he sat down. It wasn't until he sat down he said it.
No.
Bro,
Yeah,
come on, man.
We right, bro. Yeah.
Come on, man.
He walked up. Chris Rock
walked up
about G.I. Jane that Jada could star in, was going to be starring in G.I. Jane 2.
Right.
And it looked like Will kind of. I only watched it like once or twice, but it looked like Will kind of giggled. Just gave the obligatory.
Oh, he laughed.
Yeah, and obviously everybody has seen.
No, Will Smith did.
And then he got up. He saw Jada's face. Then he got up, walked up the stairs, and smacked the shit out of Chris Rock. And then when he was walking back down, he said, when he was walking back down, he said, "Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth." And he sat down, and Chris Rock was like, "It's a G.I. Jane joke." And he repeated, "Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth." That's how it went.
Uh-oh, Richard. Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Keep
my name out your fucking mouth. Wow, dude. Yes. It was a G.I. Jane joke. Keep my wife's.
There we go. And then where we at? Okay, back over here.
I forgot he did say Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, my bad. Wow, Lupita. Oh, y'all can't see this screen. Hold on. Let's go back over. My bad. Goddamn. I didn't want to do that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Lupita.
There's Lupita Nyong'o behind him. Like,
her facial expressions told it all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. She was like,
I don't know if it was like, I can't believe it, or I'm going to give him some draws too. But somewhere in between. Yeah, so then this happens, and then here we are with everyone and everything. And I don't know. Because it's like, if this happens anywhere else, this is a very uneventful thing, right?
Right. So I was thinking about it, and I started it off with, okay, Will Smith was right for defending his wife. But then I started thinking more and more about it. Because I had a conversation with my ex-wife about the situation. And she said, no, Will Smith was wrong for doing it anyway, regardless.
You had a doubt that he was wrong?
No, I was saying
he's not alone. He's not alone. I had some conversations with my track team and the coaches, and I was floored by some of the opinions that people had on this.
So I agree. I will say here, so before we get to everybody else outside, because I was also surprised by some of the responses. So as far as the brothers here, I'll say me, so there's no hidden trickery. I think Will was wrong.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
No, I agree. I mean, me personally, I think if he needed to address it, there's other ways, bro. Because there's a lot of other circumstances that play into that right there. That if that's not Will Smith, yeah, man, it's just so many other layers to what happened there, man. It's kind of wild. Because he doesn't slap Jimmy Kimmel like that. Guaranteed. You don't slap Will Ferrell like that. Guaranteed.
Right.
He doesn't slap Dave Chappelle. He doesn't slap Dave Chappelle like that.
I don't think he slapped Kevin Hart like that.
Kevin Hart, maybe.
I don't think so.
He might smack the shit out of Kevin Hart.
He a little.
I don't know though.
I say Dave Chappelle because Dave Chappelle ain't no little nigga, and Dave Chappelle got he got something to him where I think Dave Chappelle be like, oh, okay, nigga, this is what we doing.
But Dave Chappelle's star is almost as big as Will's. You know what I'm saying? I think Chris is big, but not nearly on Will's level. You know what I'm saying? I think Dave is down there on Will's level. You know what I'm saying?
Damn near. Yeah, damn near.
And also, I think
pretty big though, man.
Go ahead.
Chris is big. Chris is big.
Chris is big, but it's not as big as Will's. But yeah.
But
regardless, though, Sunday night shouldn't have happened.
But
I mean,
so what was you? Hold on, Tim. What was you? You were saying you talked to your ex-wife and what?
So at first, I was like, yeah, Will was right for defending his wife. But then I get talking to my ex-wife. She said, no, he was all wrong on that part because there was other ways he should have handled that. Mm-hmm. You know, he should have been the bigger man. And then as she get to saying, well, he should have been the bigger man, I kind of agreed with that because I would have been the bigger man and said, hey, bro, I didn't appreciate that shit you said about my wife. You need to keep my wife's name out your motherfucking mouth. But I would have handled it off stage, out of the public eye.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, Will has a brand, okay? He has a brand. He has, he has movie companies. He has, I don't know if he still has record companies and everything, but he has production companies and he has, this image that, not only that we see, but white people see as their fucking hero. And so when they see their hero do something as heinous as this, that casts a shadow over their perception, and then shit gets all fucked up and things like that. So I was like, yeah, you're right. You're kind of right about that. That he should have handled that way better than that and stuff like that. I understand defending your wife and everything like that, but there are ways to do it. And times to do it. Go ahead.
I say this, man. I'm gonna be a fucking unaccredited psychologist for a second. And but I think he just, and I ain't about to get like hella deep or nothing, but I just think I think that clearly it was more involved in it than that. And I'm not saying
I think so too.
And I'm not saying anything necessarily even involving Chris Rock. Even though I'd have heard some things, but I don't know the exact, I don't know the validity of all the shit that I heard, so I'm not even gonna go into that. But it's some, Will Smith has been the butt of a lot of jokes, throughout his career, even when he was a rapper, when he started acting, you know what I'm saying? And then, we just, before we got into this topic, we talked about the entanglement situation, and, he pretty much just swallowed that. You know what I'm saying? And we done seen the memes and shit, you know what I'm saying? We done seen a little shit on the internet about that, connecting that shit. So, I just think the motherfucker just snapped, and also I will say too that I have alopecia also. And I first got it like my freshman year at the end of my freshman year in college. I went to go get my hair cut and my barber was like, you got some bald spots in your hair. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, what? Because it was like in places that I couldn't see. And
right, of course.
And so anyways, to make a long story short, it progressed. You know what I'm saying? So like my whole sophomore year, I shaved my head and I wore a baseball cap. You know what I'm saying? My whole sophomore year. Like you never saw me without a baseball cap on. I remember being up in Brady Commons one time. And we was just standing out in the hall, like in between the food court and the bookstore. And I was talking to some chicks or something, and I hadn't shaved my head in like a couple of days, and you could see the patches real good, but I had a hat on, and this chick, we were just fucking around, and she snatched off my hat.
Oh shit!
And like I was extremely embarrassed and shit. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm I'm like 19, 20 at this time. And I didn't do nothing. I'm not saying, like I smacked the bitch or nothing, but that's how I suffered. Like they didn't arrest me, but I used to live at Tiger Village, which used to be right across the street from a Walmart. It was like the first Walmart here in Columbia on Stadium, for those of y'all that went to school here and whatnot. And I went over there, Tiger Village right across the street, so I went over there and I wanted to check out a new one of those electric shavers, but it was I'm a college student and it was a little pricey, so I tried to steal it and I got caught. You know what I'm saying? And they took me to the back room and shit, and and I was telling them what the deal was, and they actually, to their credit, they they let me go. You know what I'm saying? They just, you know, and you know, so I say all that to say is that Will has seen. So you know, I'm a man, and you know, my vanity and you know my ego and all that shit got to me so much that you know I went to go and steal some shit. You know, so as a woman, you know, I'm sure that's a hell of a struggle, man. So you know, I'm sure he's seen her being, you know, they together for however, you know, as long as they've been together. You know, he's seen the struggles that she go through and the emotions and shit. So you know, I think that, you know, he was going to play it off, you know, like people normally do at those sorts of events when the comedian makes a joke because they're sitting right there in the front row. You know, you just kind of laugh it off. But then he looked at her face, and I think they just triggered some shit, man. And a whole bunch of shit came up, and, you know, that motherfucker saw red or whatever and just smacked the shit out of him, you know.
I have a question, though, man. Like, with the alopecia, like, how, like, on this call, on this phone right now, how many of y'all knew she had alopecia?
I didn't.
Yeah,
so
I didn't.
To add what
us,
you're saying,
right?
To add what you're saying too, also AC, she's put out, I won't say numerous because that sounds like a lot, but a few videos where she talks about loving and embracing her bald head because for so long she had to have a European quote unquote style of beauty and hairstyle.
True, but what I was saying, like, but
So I'm adding to what you're saying, where it's like she didn't talk about alopecia. She talked about loving her bald head.
Right. No, I get that part too, because she was, you know, being, you know, trying to embrace it. Okay, but my point was like, how if us on the phone right now didn't know, how many people actually knew, right? Like that she actually had it at that time, like. Because I'm Chris Rock is a smart man. Am I wrong? So Chris,
no, you're not wrong about that.
Would never knowingly.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah,
I don't think it would have been malice about something like that.
Who's going through something like that that they're really sensitive about and is really full blown, like everybody knows. Right. I mean, I know comedians are rough, but I don't believe that he would attack it in that form. And then the second part of that. Hold on 1 second. The second part is that Will Smith is just as smart as any one of us on this phone. So everything that we just mentioned, that him making that decision in that moment, dog, what the fuck was going on? You know what I'm saying? Like to because Joe said it in the chat. On international TV, nigga, you gonna walk up in the middle of a live award show and slap another grown celebrity in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Where does all of that shit come from? Because that's
it was some that was some deep shit, bro.
Yeah,
but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm struggling, right? Because like for the but even before all this shit happened, I like watching comedians, right? I like listening to podcasts, like podcast comedians, and I was watching some Robin Harris shit, bro. Like this nigga on stage, not celebrities, just regular niggas who
just roasted,
who paid to come watch this nigga and roasting their ass up live.
Yeah,
everybody laughing, right? But also as y'all alluded to, I think there's more. Like as Zeb said, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a social worker. But we also on this podcast have talked about their relationship, this red table shit, where this niggas, they whole relationship and Will Smith's manhood has become a meme.
Right.
Over the last 2 years, you know what I'm saying? Has become a meme. So he look over there and see that his wife is in distress, and he's like, I don't want to think for this nigga, but as we said, it ain't. I'm a firm believer in what. It ain't got shit to do with Chris Rock. It just happened to be.
I agree.
It happened to be Chris Rock was the nigga there that was saying something, and he
triggered it.
And so maybe it do that. Chris Rock is now the face of this nigga's question the manhood.
Mm-hmm.
Cause to me, it's like, nigga, y'all front stage at a comedy show, and everybody knows front stage at a comedy show
You fair
You
game. You're a
go
target.
with some jokes.
You're a fucking
So
target.
You can't tell me 2, 3, 4 years ago this same shit happened. Will Smith on that stage slapping this nigga. I don't think it's happening. But you add on all this shit been happening for the last 2 years with this nigga in their marriage and their family and everything else. The way even if all that shit with Augusta, August, whatever that nigga's name is, even that shit out there, we clowning this nigga's kids, his wife and their kids, and the way they choose to conduct 2 successful kids on top of that. That gets dismissed all the time. Yeah. But the fact that they different.
Here's the thing though, but niggas is still shooting rumors out about his kids too.
That's what I'm saying. And I hate when people do that shit because 10 doesn't have kids, but he has kids he cares about. So we all have kids to care about. But niggas that got children, like the wife is one thing, but you out here talking about my kids, nigga.
Right.
You talking about I'm letting a nigga, some weird dude fuck my daughter up in the bedroom. I'm allowing this and that with my son.
Right.
So all this shit goes on, bullshit. And it all equals the same thing. Your manhood being questioned and becoming a meme every day. That fucks with a nigga. I don't care how much money you
bro,
got.
Look, man. I think it's this deep, bro. This has been going on for. I remember watching Arsenio Hall the first time. When Arsenio Hall first had the Arsenio Hall show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever channel we used to come on, I don't remember. But and Ice-T was the guest on there, and somehow Jazzy Jeff and Fresh Prince got brought up. I don't remember the conversation, but what I do remember was Ice-T saying that basically he don't fuck with that bubblegum rap. They said that bubblegum shit.
Right.
He's calling him soft. Now, this was the early days of Jazzy Jeff Fresh Prince. We also know that I believe they were the first rap group, a rap act to win a Grammy.
Yes.
And they didn't go to the awards show. They didn't accept their Grammy because they were protesting the Grammys because of its racist
because it was going to be on, it was going to be on TV. I think.
That part. Yeah, that's it. You're right, Joe. You're right. Yeah, that part of it wasn't because they didn't air the rap awards at that. The rap section at that time.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, they was the first winners. So they standing up. They standing up on some real shit. But you got one of the most well respected, especially back then, rappers. One of the hardest, called the Buffalo. So I'm saying, man, he been dealing with this shit for a long time, man. It's been a long build up, and like Stork was just talking about with his manhood's been being questioned, and that shit just it came to a head, I think, man.
Hey, you could even take it deeper, the movie. He had the TV show Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, but the movie that broke this nigga in, 6 Degrees of Separation. This nigga is some weird ass dude is having some kind of weird ass relationship with this white ass family, and that's a whole nother thing. Whatever. So, but back to like you saying, Zeb, I think it comes to that manhood shit, bro. And then you a little older, and then I am sure. I'm not sure, but we can play the clip of Chris Rock firing some shots at Jada back in what was that? 2000.
Maybe about 6 years ago, whatever.
Something like that.
Yeah, saying the whole thing, she boycotting the Grammys. My bad, the Grammys. She boycotting the Oscars. It's like me boycotting fucking Rihanna's panties. I wasn't invited there either.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Which is funny. Which is a funny fucking joke.
It's like the G.I. Jane.
Much
shit.
funnier than the G.I. Jane.
Yeah, the G.I. Jane shit would have got But that shit right there though, that would have been that's pretty good, Chris.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We don't know. We're not psychiatrists. We're not psychologists. Once again, we're not social workers. I don't know, but you can't tell me a nigga like that who's come up through the ranks of Hollywood, all this other shit, ain't strong enough to fucking deal with a G.I. Jane joke. That ain't we keep saying. I don't think it got shit to do with Chris.
Right. Exactly.
Not at all.
If anything, we literally witnessed a blackout on live television. Because that's the only only other excuse that I could see for him just like saying fuck everything. I don't give a fuck what happens next. Like,
yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Only explanation I can see is you witnessed a live blackout on national television. Like that nigga just lost touch with all reality.
Just
one moment
checked
and
out.
Fuck it. Now, granted, I can't walk up to work and do that shit to the average white man. Nigga, I'm going to fucking jail. But you being Will Smith, nigga, like that nigga felt like the Teflon Don at that moment. Like, nigga, I don't give a fuck who looking.
But he felt like Juwan Howard at this moment.
But what you were saying, AC, there might be something that said that because he did to another nigga. End of the day,
right? Oh yeah, I mean, just like Jim Carrey said, like I mean, any other with Chris Rock not pressing charges and not wanting the police call. If that's anybody else, number one, I don't believe in my mind that he does it. And two, if it is somebody else, that nigga's going to jail and catching a hot lawsuit.
For sure.
No matter who else it is.
And we got a few more tabs, but like that kind of is a very sloppy way to go into the question of like people see this shit, right? They see a black man slap another black man, and the narrative is like, black anger and all kind of shit like that, and how this blackness ruined this award show. But it totally gets dismissed on the reaction of Chris Rock of being another black man who decided to still stay professional.
Right. And I don't know if I would have been able to do that. So I really do.
First off, I applaud. I do applaud Chris Rock for just staying. After it happened, he just went straight into went straight into his presentation, and then all the way up until the end. And I was like, wow, that's class.
I mean, that's why everybody thought was like, was this real or not? Because Mike played it so fucking smooth. You know what I'm saying? That you was like,
well, if you watch the after video, man, that nigga in his mind, he was willing, boy. When you seen him trying to present that award,
I didn't see any more.
You got to look at him finish presenting the award. That nigga's look like back of his mind. He's like, man, I should go down there and fuck this nigga up. But he's trying to stay on point. He's trying to stay on point, and he did stay on point. But you could tell in the back of that nigga's mind, he's like, I'm not gonna fuck up my bag. But nigga, if we was outside, I would kick your fucking throat in. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, AC, you said, if it was anybody else, they would have pressed charges and filed a lawsuit.
Press charges on.
I'm not.
Especially if it was somebody not of color.
I won't be surprised. I'm not surprised that he didn't press charges, and I won't be surprised if he does file a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck the charges. I'm gonna file a lawsuit on that. So I'm gonna get this. I
don't know about
this paper. I don't need it.
I think he's winning anyway.
He is. But still, it's a principle involved.
But he ain't. But he ain't got to file no charge against Will Smith.
He ain't got to press. He don't have to file a lawsuit either.
But hold on, you talk about the Oscars and the Academy. I mean, but
he can sue them.
You get to
you're right.
Does he want to do that? Because it's like you asked me to come here and perform a service, and when I was assaulted, my safety was not provided for. And on top of that,
that would be the move. Actually, you're right.
My aggression was not. But then you get to the thing though. Even white folks and niggas got to say, am I going to sue the Academy?
Right, because I mean,
that's true.
The Academy has done well by him over the years. You know what I'm saying?
That's true too.
Yeah. Of course. So I think that is it's like if I sue Will Smith, okay, I get hated by the black folks that middle area of black folks who fuck with me and Will Smith. And also his fans, blah, 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 right? Whatever. But then, if I go ahead, Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
No, I was going to say, like, it doesn't even make sense to sue because this nigga's winning. He took an L a night. He's become a meme. I got that, okay? But he's selling out shows now. And it's like on some Fat Joe shit.
His tickets.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Right.
Yeah, because I think the next day his tour started.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, his tour started the next day.
But bro, this is what I'm saying
out.
though. I'm saying this though, bro. It's the principle. Like if I was in Chris Rock's position, I'm not gonna say what I would do if I was Chris Rock, but if I was in this position, I think I would I don't know whether I would or not, but I would seriously consider suing and not give a fuck about the outcome of the lawsuit or any of that shit. I'm gonna just make it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's just me and my pettiness. You know what I'm saying? But it's like I gotta get some get back, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because really, what I really think for me, really, man, it was more disrespectful what he did after he slapped him. He turned his back on him and walked down the motherfucking stairs back to his chair. Like you gonna smack me in my face and then turn your back on me? Like I ain't about to do shit.
Like Jim West.
You know what I'm saying, bro? Like I might have snapped there, and I might have kicked that motherfucker in the back down them steps. You know what I'm saying? But if I didn't do that, then my pettiness would have switched to
because he walked away
I'm gonna sue this motherfucker.
Like he ain't even a threat.
Yeah, right. Like he ain't even a threat, bro.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say though, is that you don't think this nigga about to get he's gonna cash out with a Netflix deal.
It don't matter. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying like it ain't about the money.
Now listen. I got you there. I hear you. I'm saying to you,
know that
for you, it's not about the bag. But I'm saying to you, we don't know what Chris Rock's mindset is. I'm saying, as if he engages in all these other things, does he get the bag that's coming his way? Because I'm telling you, the bag is coming his way.
I think so.
Netflix
I don't think it would matter.
Pay this nigga a ridiculous sum of money to hear the story. If he's tied up,
anyway.
Listen, man, come on. Is he tied up in litigation? He's not gonna be able to say his story, man.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
So Joe's right.
Yeah.
Joe's right.
So if
on that part, you're right.
So why do that shit and get a little bag of money when you can go out here and get Netflix to pay you the big bag?
And I
don't know, man.
I also pulled up. I didn't know this, but after the slap shit, it's been. I mean, I guess it's been coming out and also being revisited because I didn't know. Like in 2020, Chris Rock talked about some of his learning disabilities, and there's also for a few years before the slap or whatever, however you want to put it, that he might have Asperger's or be on the spectrum and things like that. But he's definitely been diagnosed as an adult who lacks the ability to recognize certain social cues, which is Asperger's, lower spectrum and stuff. If you read about that stuff,
right?
That's a lot of comedians doing shit.
Yeah. It might be a lot of comedians, but like it's like I said, this shit came out like 20. What did this shit come out? September 20, 2020. Talking about him being diagnosed with a learning disability as an adult, things of that nature. Last week about his non-verbal learning disorder and how it's affected his day-to-day life. So yeah, but I think there's a lot. We not we, but we as a society have recognized people who we think are geniuses in their fields and things of that nature. And a lot of times, it comes out that they have a certain quirk that may delay them in recognizing certain things, which also provides them the ability to go forward in other areas. So, but yeah, man.
I want to bring it back though, because I think we jumped about it. It still fucking floored me how many people thought Will was right.
I was amazed.
I was one of them.
Okay, so
why?
Like real talk, real talk.
Yeah,
why?
No, I did it. And the reason why I said that because he was simply defending his wife.
But you can defend your wife other ways. That are not that.
And I totally agree with that.
Yeah, Tim came back. He said he initially he changed his aspect of it. I was talking to the kid. The kids were again. They see things on the surface and they don't dig deep.
Of course.
So I had this conversation and I said, look, I've got to take advantage of this moment and I have to discuss this because one, I'm doing more and trying to build athletes, trying to build young men and women. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And so we took a chance to time to discuss this, and basically, you know, the kids were like, "Oh yeah, that's what I need to do," because that's what they think. They think, "Oh, somebody disrespect me, I'm gonna go up and slap him," and then we suspend it for 10 days. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And so, and then you know the circumstances become more dire when you get outside the bubble of high school. You know what I'm saying? And they need to understand that, you know what I'm saying, the shit that you would do emulating Will Smith is not going to happen to you because you're not Will Smith. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm in a text thread and I'm trying to explain to them, you know what I'm saying, that on the surface, this nigga's wrong off top. You know what I'm saying? Initially, it wouldn't even question for me. He was wrong. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I have affinity for both of them as performers.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But, you know what I'm saying, so I, you know, take that away from, you know what I'm saying, but just on the surface, a black man slapping another black man is a problem. A man slapping another man, period, human being is a problem. Mm-hmm. Doing that shit on fucking international TV is a fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so none of this is to be none of it's reality for the rest of the world, and two, it's not to be emulated. But then I did this on a text thread. The kids are kind of going back and forth. Some of the kids are kind of seeing my way of thinking. And they're like, yeah, that's just wrong. You know what I'm saying? And they may not thought that initially, but after I laid out some points, and they were like, yeah, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Then my assistant coach, who was retired, you know what I'm saying? He's retired from teaching, but he still coaches. And he came out with the same kind of mindset that Tin has. And I don't think he's backed off of it either. That Chris Rock was the problem.
Mm-hmm. Really?
For being disrespectful. And I'm like, Okay, but Chris Rock is a comedian. That's his job. That's what he does.
And that's part of the reason why I kind of backed off a little bit too. Because I'm like, well, Chris Rock was doing his job.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically doing his job. He's doing what he gets paid to do.
But
absolutely, and that's make people laugh.
But can we take it a step? Even if you're not doing your job, and we kind of had a talk at work, and I don't know if it's just black men, but men in general, right? We talk about, especially nowadays, last 2 years, male being toxic and masculinity and all that shit, right?
Toxic masculinity.
But there is still a certain segment of society, or society just in general, that expects men to behave in a certain way when the woman or women in their lives, not threatened physically, but whether it just be through words, there's still a part of society that expects us to act in a toxic way, and we're not masculine. We're not men. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that we don't talk about when we're talking about it at work. And it's like, we think that Will is a man because he quote unquote protected his wife, and we think at the same point in time, we're also saying there are people that are saying that Chris Rock is less of a man because he didn't attack Will Smith.
And they did, and that's just ridiculous to me.
But I'm saying, it's the confusing part sometimes of being a man. It's like masculinity is toxic until you want me to be a man and defend your honor, or defend your family, or do whatever. And at the same, but like it's not thinking like yeah. If somebody kicking the door and my kids are here, that's not being a man. That's just a human defending his cuz or his children or my house.
But that's basically being a man because you're being a protector.
But hold on. But let's take it like we all grew up as we all young niggas, right? We all grew up as young niggas, and he tried to holler at your girl. You gotta do something. He hollered at your girl, not touched her. He tried to holler at your girl. Now we got to fight.
Oh, okay.
And that shit echoes on to when we become husbands and fathers. Someone says, "Oh, he just said hello to your wife in a certain way. Now you got to go fight." This man at an award show made a joke about your wife. Now you got to fight, because if you don't, you're less of a fucking man. And then the nigga that you slapped, if he don't fight you back, now he less of a man. And then when y'all kill each other, we toxic.
Right.
But we don't talk about that shit, and they wonder why we fucked up sometimes, right?
I'm just saying. I know we just niggas. I know we just niggas here. We might all be wrong.
And this is, you know what I'm saying, 20-year-old Joe thinks different than 40-year-old Joe. You know what I'm saying? Right. But the most manly thing that happened on that show was On With The Show from Chris Rock. You know what I'm saying? That was the most manly thing that happened in that whole situation.
Bruh.
Yeah, I agree.
Because at work, I recognize the fact that I said, the biggest adult in all of that was Chris Rock. But like we said, shit, I don't even know if 40-year-old Roger, if a nigga slapped me, I'm like, right. You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't know if I'm able to at that point in time to do it.
I know.
But like I said to somebody, I ain't Chris Rock.
Right. But that's funny, bro. It's funny you niggas said that because when I was watching the video for the first time, the first thing I said, I'm thinking back to my own self, you know, like at 21, 22, I'm like, damn, I would have been like, damn, that nigga Will Smith hard. But then I'm thinking to myself now, and the first thing I said was, damn, Chris Rock was a soldier for that shit, bro. That's the first thing out of my mouth. Because I was like, it could have been me. You know what I'm saying?
And the biggest loser is, and we just talked about on the show without talking about it, is a society that says Will Smith ain't a man if he don't go up there and slap Chris Rock. Is the same society that says that Chris Rock is less of a man because he didn't do shit. What the fuck is the problem?
Exactly.
So I don't know exactly how to, I feel there's a better way to present this than I'm going to.
Well, just put it out there.
Basically we're saying that, you know, well, not basically, but part of what we're saying is that it's not really appropriate to, or manly even, to react with physical violence to, you know, from something that somebody said. You know what I'm saying? Where they ain't threatening you in any real, they're not threatening you or yours in any real way.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So while y'all were talking, I was thinking about a clip that I think that we've shown a few times, or a couple of times, where there's some people in a restaurant. I feel like it's like a Golden Corral or something, but I don't remember exactly. Or Applebee's maybe. And the white dude is saying something about niggers, but he's not calling, from my memory and from what I interpreted when I saw it, he's not calling the dude a nigger or nothing like that. But he's like, you know, he's saying, I forget what he said.
He was big time disrespectful though.
But he was big time disrespectful. Yeah. And dude smacked the shit out of him multiple times. You know what I'm saying? Is there any correlation in that? Or is that just a totally different situation?
I don't think they're different at all. And for some odd reason, the nigga, not the man in me, says, I understand. if that makes sense.
Yeah. If I'm presented with that same situation, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna say, yeah.
But I giggle my ass off if somebody else do it because motherfucker, they ask for the shit. Like, okay, so in that situation, the white dude asked for the shit.
Yeah,
he was big time disrespectful. Chris was being disrespectful, but I don't know.
He was telling a joke.
The context was different. It was disrespectful. But what it's all in his face is disrespectful. They go around the fucking house. Everybody got in the front row got disrespected by somebody that night.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Saying it may not have been by Chris Rock, but everybody got disrespected by somebody that was sitting in their front row that night. You know what I'm saying? And they sign up for that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, they do. When you get front row seats,
Ricky Gervais
they sign up for that when they became celebrities too. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, of course.
And so what I'm saying is that whole paradigm is different. But I think there's some of the same reactions. If you're talking about somebody responding to somebody disrespecting their wife versus somebody using the N-word, I think those are both, you know, primal type of fight or flight, you know what I'm saying, conversations that are being had. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so, again, there's no real physical danger, at least in Chris to Jada and Will. There was no real physical danger in that situation. In the other situation, maybe not. I think they're both standing up face to face. Who knows? I think it was a heated discussion.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, no, I somebody said the N word. I might say something. I might, you know what I'm saying, give them a little nasty look or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I might, you know, if I'm aware, I might spin their food or something like that. But I'm not about to.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm not about to react by putting my hands on them either. You know what I'm saying?
But to what we saying, if I'm at Applebee's having a drink with my lady, and a motherfucker come in and say, "Ha ha, that bitch is trying to try for G.I. Jane," as opposed to we go to a comedy club and someone says that, I'm be like, baby, you wanted front row tickets. I told your ass not to get front row tickets with that fucking bald ass haircut. Sit here and take these jokes. You know what I'm saying? One place, I'm expecting. I'm expecting. Actually, that's the joke, as opposed to you straight up insulting me and my lady having a dinner out at night, and I ain't pay for your ass to come here. But also to what Joe said though, at the age of 44, I would like to think that I'm just gonna be like, hey man, just go the fuck on somewhere and tell the bartender, hey man, could you get this motherfucker out of here? And ask him to leave. You're not call me a nigger.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, yeah, I don't condone that in any situation. Yeah, if we see it and we you know, I think we had a discussion at the end of last show. What we do sometimes is we laugh at the absurdity of some of these situations. It is absurd to stand in the black man's face and call him the N-word. You know what I'm saying? Right. I don't think it's absurd to make a joke at a comedy show, and you're a comedian.
Right.
No.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yep.
Not at all.
You can't think of it in terms of that. You can't assault somebody at work for doing their job while they're at work.
But then also the point still stands, as a black man, if I react to that, I'm still feeding into the fact that you approve of a toxic masculinity,
right?
When it's appropriate. So the point still stands either way. It's am I toxic all the time? Only when am I an animal when you need me to be an animal? Right. And it's appropriate. But when it's time to say, fuck the black man, they don't care about the black woman, this and that because of their violence, then my violence isn't appropriate. You can't have it both ways, baby.
Can I ask this question?
Shoot.
And we ain't got no women on the podcast. Roger brought it up. You're an animal when you need to be an animal. Did Jada sick him on Chris?
If you look at the video closely, I think she did.
I don't think she said something.
I think she had, yeah.
But I think you have a joke, which he laughs at, and then he looks over there and sees that his mate is hurting.
Yeah.
And he said, I gotta do something. But also, I think, like I said though, I'm adding to the fact that their relationship has become a meme and a joke for the past 2 years, and now it's being put on display in front of the world.
Right.
We've heard from Will twice.
Right.
We've heard indirectly from Chris now. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't think we've heard everything Chris has to say on the situation. We ain't heard from Jada.
You know why? Right here. This has been put out there into the ether, and it has not been denied that the reason, like, Will had the apology, but ain't really gotten deep into the psychology of it yet.
She trying to cash the fuck in. Come check out the Red Table Talk.
Nigga, that's what I'm trying to say. This, like when I say it in the chat group that she seems frustrating and exhausting, she do. Nigga, all I want to do, nigga, we have raised, the world might not see it that way, but our children are successful. They beautiful. My kids, because he got kids outside this relationship, are successful and beautiful. I just want to come home, and I don't mean to make a joke here, but to be like Chris Rock would say, and had a big piece of chicken and go to fuck to sleep. I don't want to hear about Augusta or August, whatever that nigga's name is. I don't. what my adult children are doing, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to talk to your mama. That's fine. The red table's in the middle of our fucking living room. I'll be in the other house down the
Watching
street.
the game.
Down the street. Fuck everybody. I just want to come home and chill the fuck out.
Right.
I don't want to come to the red table no more. This nigga, dog, this nigga is us. But he rich. Yeah. And he can't say, I'm tired of this shit.
Right.
I'm tired. Bitch, I'm tired. How many
That's
times?
what he should say.
Come
He
on.
should say, I'm tired.
Come on. I know we all like, hey, love the women. And sometimes they can say, nigga, I'm tired. That's fine too. Women listen to this podcast. Yes, I get it. We are exhausting too. But sometimes a nigga just want to say, bitch, I'm tired. You ain't had a movie in I don't know how long. I'm holding up the goddamn family. And now I got to deal with my fucking marriage being a meme? And now you want me to come to the red table at my low, like the same time he had his highest moment, getting the award was his lowest moment. What the fuck, dog? Like, bitch, I don't want to talk about shit.
Well, that's when the devil come after you, man. That's when the devil try to get you.
I know it was a joke.
We heard
I know it was a joke, but that's just real talk.
Yeah, it is.
You supposed to be in my corner fucking protecting me the same way I protected you that night. I don't want to come on your fucking show.
Nigga, have you seen the video of her reaction to him slapping him?
Yeah, I put that in the chat group. Yeah, the
smile
from the back view.
The smile.
The back view, yeah.
Because Chris told the joke. Wow, he just slapped the shit out of me, and the whole crowd laughed, but she laughed with it. Just like Will laughed at the G.I. Jane joke, she laughed at the Will Smith just slapped me joke. You know what I'm saying?
Feeding the toxic shit. Like in the same moment, she should be like, yeah, my husband defended me. You got to be recognizing your husband was out of fucking pocket.
Right.
You got to, y'all a couple, right? We a team. If I'm fucking up, you got to pull me in the same way. Nigga, we ain't none of us married on here. But we hold each other accountable way more than she did her fucking husband that night.
Yeah. Yes, she did.
Yeah, your partner's supposed to
do. Yes, we do.
Like, nigga, you accepting.
Well, I'm gonna say I mean, we don't know what conversations they had and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you.
I'm not gonna say that. I don't know. I'm gonna say that I don't know what she did. I don't know what she said. I don't know if she held him. You know, I don't know. You know what I mean? That's now just because she didn't do it in a public forum,
right?
Doesn't mean that she didn't do it.
All I'm gonna say, Zeb, is if they have a red talk and they talking about it, right.
Now, if that happens, but you know what they say about it.
It's gonna happen.
If it was a fifth, if grandma had a dick, she'd be grandpa. You right.
Exactly.
Well, all I'm saying is, hey.
But no, you're absolutely right though, bro. If he
show up to a red table again,
then you're right.
I love Will Smith, but I'm gonna be done with the nigga, dog. I'm like, if he show up to that red table again, I'll be like, I don't know what's going on.
Say first the fat boy.
I mean, you know, he went up there to defend his wife. This is his wife's venture. He's supporting his wife. If he goes back to the red table, I mean, it is what it is. But I'm just asking, has she created an environment where this nigga can't win?
Dog, it's a toxic ass environment.
Absolutely. Damn, yeah.
Dog, it's she like, but also like I should, you know what? I'll be failing y'all. But like you got also, let's not forget, like every year she get the fucking shout out to Tupac and how much she meant to him and this shit. Let's not forget, like after this shit happened and before it happened, this nigga always got to hear how he ain't Tupac.
Every year, every time.
That's what I'm saying.
There are people.
Every September.
I will find the videos,
bro.
Huh? That nigga, yeah, that's fucked up. Like he chasing a ghost. He ain't too. But he's Will fucking Smith.
Right.
I know,
yeah.
but when the woman who you have given your heart to is saying nigga, like I get it. That was your boy, but hold on, we can't be married.
Yeah.
I can't.
And that makes it even more, though, Joe. Right? Wouldn't that make it even more because you famous?
And then once a year, you giving a shout out to a dead nigga. I be like, okay, the first 2 years, okay. Then, hey, nigga, we 50. What are we doing?
And it's not like she memorialized Tupac every year, and it's just on Facebook, amongst y'all, the people that she interact with on Facebook or whatever. Like, that's Jada Pinkett Smith and that's Will Smith. So that shit go around the world. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that's Will Smith, but because it's Will Smith, that makes it even that much more in a way. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, I don't know, man. That shit's crazy.
You just reminded me of a conversation I had during my marriage. Like, my ex used to keep her maiden name up on Facebook. And so one day I just had to have a fucking conversation. We're like, yo, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like,
why?
Like, you're not legally that name. Why is that your fucking, well, people from high school who want to get to, I said, you said we 50. You know what I'm saying? I said, we've been married X amount of time. If they ain't found you by now, maybe you don't need to find them.
Right. Exactly.
I like that.
Exactly.
I like that. But yeah, like, even the recent, like, I don't know. It's crazy. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to keep moving. This is making me irritating. And I ain't got no beef with Jada, but now I'm starting to have beef with Jada because it's like,
he done worked himself up to a beef
Hey, dog,
if
she's fucking irritating, though.
What you say?
We running that risk, but I mean, what's the first comment under this shit say? It says, what a ghoul.
What a ghoul.
Like, come on, man. Jada, like, I don't know, man.
All I'm saying is I hope it's just talking rumors, but nigga, if I see that shit on that Facebook and Will sitting there with that stupid ass look again, nigga, I'm be like, y'all gonna be like, y'all gonna be posting in the chat group. I'm like, I ain't talking about it. I'm just gonna put it up on the screen and y'all niggas can discuss it because I'm disgusted.
Hey,
I'm fucking disgusted.
Hey, maybe Will need Moxa, man.
I don't know what's happening. Could we? I should have put the tweets up, but it's just like you got people, not even Jada. You got people out there talking about the reason why is because he ain't Tupac. But like, what do you mean by that? He ain't a thug. He ain't killing people. He ain't shooting people. And once again, dog, like, I don't know why. I think, because we talk about like mental health and we talk about all this shit, dog. And it's like, do you want me to be a killer, or do you want to feel safe around me, or do you only feel safe around me when I'm killing niggas? What is it? What is it about what we supposed to do and provide for our community? Can we talk about all the time about the violence in the hood and this and that, and then people shoo black men and say we ain't good enough and we ain't safe enough to be around, but then if we don't provide a certain service, then we ain't black men, nigga. What is it? And I hate to go on this horseshoe, but I'm like, I'm hurting, dog, because I'm like, we trying to be better, but you only want us when the worst of us comes out. You can't have it both ways, baby girl. Mm-hmm. You can't.
I don't know.
People want what they can't have, bro.
Yeah.
What they can't have.
And I get it. I shouldn't use Jada to be. I guess I'm like, it's not just Jada. It's like just what I've seen. Cause we like I thought that this shit would happen and go away. But what I've been seeing on Twitter, dog, for like the last since this shit happened, it's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting.
There was at the Grammys at the Oscars. Mm-hmm. I think it was remarkable that people were going around to console Will.
Yes.
Right. And nobody was around. We didn't see anything about Chris. You know what I'm saying? And now after the fact, he's getting big crowds and standing ovations at his comedy shows, but we didn't see it in the moment. You know what I'm saying? No. I think there's been a swarming of attention for Jada, and because she got the alopecia and all that, and I'm like, I feel you. You know, you have a condition and you have been attacked knowingly or unknowingly. I understand it's upsetting, but I think this thing blew way the fuck out of proportion. Like, we would have forgotten the joke. Yeah. We literally would have forgotten the joke had this shit not been escalated. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But I don't see any evidence of her pulling his coattail and saying, yo, that's not the move. Like they were jovial after the fact. You like you know what I'm saying? Like nothing had happened.
So are you saying that was the move?
Maybe. I'm not saying.
I mean, not
necessarily
slap. Not that he may have just felt the moment and slapped him, but was that to move to cause a scene?
But what I'm asking is, what is Jada's role in that?
Well, I'm saying she's part of the plan. She's possibly the orchestrator, but she's part of the plan.
Yeah.
Possibly. I mean, I don't want to get into that. I just.
I know we risk being ostracized for
We've done it.
I mean,
we've done it
you said
before.
part of the plan, part of what? That's what I'm missing. Part of what plan?
Well, part of the plan to, I'm saying part of the plan to create a moment from the Oscars to be talked about on the red table. Now,
so you said orchestrated?
I think she may have been, and again, this is all theory and X-Files shit, but she may have been excited because she didn't think he was going to slap him. And he may have felt the moment and said, fuck it, I'm going to slap him.
We saw from the moment, like the Zapruder film, the other angle that we just saw, we ain't seen it here, but you know what I'm saying, that came out. Is from the moment he turns around, he walks back, and we don't see any reaction from Jada. Like we saw the images from around the Oscars of everybody looking shocked and awed at the moment. We haven't seen one image of Jada looking like this was even out of normal. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I just took it as her being stoic about it. You know what I mean? Like she just. I think that I looked at it as like she was also in shock because I don't think that she expected him. I don't think that she expected him to do what he did, and you don't really know how to react, so you kind of don't react. And then I think you said the other angle, which I haven't seen, when Chris Rock said whatever he said about Will Smith just slapped the shit out of me, and you said she laughed at that or something.
Yeah,
what happened?
But the whole crowd laughed at it. But
so I think it was just crowd. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean,
my question is, if you're truly hurt and you're truly bothered about what Chris Rock just said, and your husband does this bravery thing move to protect you, and he slaps the shit out of another human being on international TV, like Joe said, in front of the guy in the fucking world, and you don't feel some type of wait a minute, what the fuck just happened? You just laugh at it.
That's a monster. That's a monster.
Well, I don't know if she was truly hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think she thought it was funny. And, but I don't think that had anything to do with how Will Smith reacted, whether or not she was truly, all he had to, it was just his perception of how, you know what I'm saying, of how she took it. I think he saw her not laughing, and then whatever happened inside of him happened. And he made that move. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that she sent him up there to do it because she was hurt. I'm talking about the reaction once Will decided. This is on Will. Will decided to do the shit.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. That's what I'm about to say. Don't take it away from Will.
But once Will decided to do it, I'm looking at her reaction. I'm looking at, you know what I'm saying? Like she was all aghast that Chris would say this joke. But then her husband just walked up and slapped the man on international television.
I don't think she didn't have an aghast reaction. She didn't have a reaction to Chris Rock's joke. She just was stone faced.
She had she had a reaction. There was a reaction.
She was just stone faced.
She rolled her eyes.
She rolled her eyes, but that wasn't aghast. She wasn't.
But you're missing what I'm saying, Ted. You're missing what I'm saying.
Yeah,
fine. Okay. So. But you are.
Well, go ahead.
But you are. I'm not talking about that reaction. I'm talking about after.
But you're tying it in. You're tying it into her reaction after that. You said that she was aghast. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying I don't think that she was aghast. So therefore, what I'm saying is that her reaction after that, it doesn't seem so fucking extreme, or it doesn't seem like a big deal to me that she laughed at the joke.
Bro,
now, maybe I'm missing something.
Bro, fuck all of that. I don't care what happened beforehand. Mm-hmm. Her husband walked up at the Oscars and slapped a man.
Right.
And we didn't see a reaction there either. Right. Fuck what the reaction was before. Fuck what Will thought about the reaction. I don't know what she's supposed to do, though. You're supposed to fucking react. Everybody else at the Oscars jaw dropped.
I will say be careful, though, because sometimes the way that shit is edited, and then also here on the American side of things, you really didn't see the slap. Everything we got was from overseas and other feeds.
I'm talking about the private video that was shown on Twitter from the back angle of her laughing after Chris delivered another joke.
I just don't see her reaction as being that big of a. I don't see it as being that.
But I would also say, be careful.
I'm not aghast at her reaction. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't find it that fucking that big of a deal. That's just me.
The fact that her husband slapped somebody on television.
Well, I think a lot of people would just be like in shock, just be like, "Oh shit, what the fuck?" You know what I'm saying? So like right there in that moment,
I would be in shock.
I would be laughing. And then when Chris Rock says the thing, then you just kind of giggle at that shit because that's just like the thing to do because that's what everybody else is doing. But you're still in your head like, what the fuck really just happened? You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't be surprised and I wouldn't fault her for not really knowing how to react at that particular moment in the way that you may expect her to react. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so then as the show went on, you saw them he and ha to each other.
Wow.
Like,
I did not see the rest. I didn't see the show in the first place, and I
didn't watch the shows. I'm not saying that you watched the show, but I'm saying I saw clips. And I'm saying to you that from the night on, they acted as if nothing fucking happened. The whole fucking audience acted like nothing happened.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know what you expect.
I would say none of the motherfucking rest of the audience was the husband of the nigga that slapped him.
No, I'm talking about them. I'm talking about them in particular. I don't know what you expect. I don't know what they should have. I don't know how you should have reacted.
I expect something.
The rest of the night. What are they supposed to do? Have an argument in the front row the rest of the night or something?
Shit.
All I'm saying is the rest of the audience also is Han is also the same audience that's now saying they're suffering from PTSD from the event. So you gotta be careful. I'm just saying no. I'm not trying to foo-foo what you're saying. I'm saying is. This is Hollywood. And they some weird niggas, bro. We talk about
and I'm not and I'm not trying to poo-poo what you're saying either, bro. I'm just saying I don't, I'm not
I'm saying
I'm not troubled by however it played out the rest of the program.
I'm just saying I acknowledge the fact that me, Roger, if I was there and whoever I was with slapped the motherfucker, I'd be like, nigga, big-eyed, like woo. But we talked about it lots of times. This is the same Academy Award show that's now going to talking about banning fucking Will, but they giving out awards to Roman Polanski, fucking what's the nigga, the weird white dude who married his fucking stepdaughter, Woody Allen.
Woody Allen.
So this is a group of people who are weird as fuck. We already recognize that they sit there with that who's the white man going to jail, just Bill Cosby, and they've been related. God damn it, the producer
Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein. Yeah. It's the same group of people who sit with this nigga knowing everything going on. So I'm saying I agree with you. We wouldn't interact that way, but we ain't niggas that's been in this fucking field for years. Years. And all I'm saying is the same people who are in I ain't saying all of them, but some of the same people who are in that crowd are some of the same people on Twitter who talking about PTSD. And they don't know how to react to this. And they don't know how to deal with this. And this is the most trauma and the most things they ever had to deal with ever. Or some of the same people who are in that crowd. You know what I'm saying? It's a weird. First of all, the whole thing is weird. The whole thing that if you invite Roger Winston to come entertain niggas at your company and one of your employees slaps me, ain't no police or security around to escort the nigga away who slapped the fuck out of me. That's weird to me, right?
That is, yeah.
Because I know for a fact, if I go to a company function and slap the shit out of one of these doctors, there would be no more Brothers Breaking Bread podcast. I mean, there may be more, but I would not be recording that. My ass is going to jail, and y'all not. If I slap one of these Indian doctors, oh nigga, I'm done. You can't just slap $50 million in the face for the ACA and nothing happened to you, nigga. So we know Will Smith worth more than that, and Chris Rock worth more than that. That nigga slapped $100 million
I
man.
know Chris Rock
and
got
sat
divorced
back.
not too long ago.
Huh? What'd you say?
I said I don't know. Chris Rock got divorced not too long
That
ago.
is true. I'm saying, but the
That
money
nigga
making
still worth $60 million, bro.
yeah, the money making potential is there. Like,
Yeah,
hey,
for
nigga,
sure.
you can't slap this money in the face and just sit back down and hee-haw with your wife. The whole thing, that's the weirdest part to me. I didn't know that was an option. To slap a nigga and then just sit back down and keep drinking with your
And
wife.
just chill. Yeah, just keep chilling.
Nigga, where do they do that?
At the Oscars.
To me, I'm like, that's the biggest surprise to me. Like, I didn't know that was a part of the menu. Oh, I can just slap a nigga in the face
Right.
and then, have a drink.
Hey, that motherfucker's on the menu, but that motherfucker be a market price though.
Hey, nigga. Hey,
you almost killed me, Joe.
I think we got a team, nigga. I think we got a team this year. So can this be the third nominee for the Jawan Howard Award, nigga?
Shit.
The Jawan Howard Award.
We got 3 nominees for the Jawan Howard Award.
That is
We
true.
ain't even a quarter through the year yet.
That is true. I did not
Already.
cause like in my mind, I was like, I know even I said on the show, but as I said it, I was like, I didn't even know you could slap even another nigga somewhere in public.
Yeah.
And
Just
nobody
sit down.
and nobody come talk to you. Nobody. And on top of that, you get an award.
But and we ain't talked about that.
He basically sat back down, dog. He basically sat back down and said, "Shut the fuck up."
Pretty much.
Yeah, he did.
Like, I slap you now. Shut the fuck
But
up.
hold on. This is what we ain't got into. Is how this nigga went ahead and justified this shit in the ceremony, in the when he accepted his award. Like that whole fucking speech was trash.
It's wild, dog.
It's so fucking wild.
Hollywood is not reality. It's not reality. It's not at all.
It's crazy. That's what they say, man.
You ain't lying. That nigga got up and said God called him to protect people.
and then drug the Williams family through the mud to justify his bullshit.
Right. I was just trying to protect them like Richard Williams protected him.
My nigga, don't bring me up in this shit.
My nigga Rich Dog like, I had real reason to slap a motherfucker, and I never did.
Oh man, nah, man, that's so trash. And then he gonna apologize to the Academy and not to Chris. And then the fucking apology he gave. Everybody like, oh man, this class, Will in here apologize. Nigga, fuck, same goddamn energy.
Yeah,
you slap this nigga in front of Earth.
Earth.
In front of Earth. And then you gonna fucking put a fucking text message out there to get your ass out there on the fucking red table and apologize.
Right.
That's just trash as fuck.
Nigga, what did that nigga Charlie Murphy say? Nigga, back when they used to slap niggas back in the day, they have a duel after that.
They have a duel. He said somebody gotta die.
Somebody got to die. And then, so I brought that up. I just mentioned it real quick. My little bit there about that shit was Amy Schumer talking about she's still triggered, traumatized.
Is that what she said?
Yeah, nigga, that's what I'm saying, dog. These people are crazy.
I saw 2 niggas get slapped today.
Nigga.
You need to talk to somebody, Joe?
I
might. That was my childhood, nigga.
Right.
Getting slapped. Brenda, like, you sweep the floor? Yeah, you lied. Why? Damn, bitch. I was lying, but I didn't deserve to be slapped in the face. Anyway, and then, there was that whole thing going on about, like, because the Academy was trying to look good, saying they had asked Will Smith to leave, and he said no. That was a lie. Because you know it's a lie. Ain't no way them niggas came in there and said, hey, Mr. Smith, you need to leave. No, okay, sir.
Right, exactly.
We're just going to go back up into the...
He said no. What you expect me to do? What
we asked him. Anyway, man, this is all this shit is crazy. I didn't know that was an option. That's more Will Smith shit.
It's on the menu, bro.
Yeah, it's on the menu.
It's just at market price. That's what I'm telling you.
And then Jim Carrey out here says he's not forgiving as Chris Rock. He slapped Will Smith with a $200 million lawsuit over Oscar's assault. I don't understand what's happening, dog. Like I said when this shit first happened.
What about this though? You brought up Amy Schumer. You brought up Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
What about the white perception of things versus how the black community is accepted? What's going on?
But that's it though. Like I said the most simple shit on Twitter. I said niggas get slapped every day. Oh well, and I don't know how many motherfuckers liked it. This is like I don't know, dog. Niggas like literally, if we breathe, like we talk about crime and shootings in the black community, there's at least 10 niggas getting slapped every second in the black community, dog. At the minimum. And we don't.
And half of them probably happy that that's all that happened.
Happy that's all, nigga. Whether it be you cheat on your old lady, whether you step to the wrong nigga, whether you fucking said something out of pocket to your mama, your grandma, your daddy, there is at least 10 niggas. From the time Zeb said what he said and I said what I said, 100 niggas have been slapped in the goddamn face. That's how prevalent slapping is in the black community. I don't know what's happening out there in the white community, but in the black community, hold on. 200 niggas have been slapped in the black community.
I feel that. Nigga just got slapped. Yep.
Right.
It might be a nigga on the podcast. The way the numbers work out, a nigga on the there's a good chance in the next, if we go for the next 2 years, at least one nigga on this podcast will get slapped on the podcast while we recording.
Or slap. Or might do the slapping. There
is a nigga that's slapping another nigga on this podcast in the next 2 years, I guarantee it. It won't be rehearsed. It won't be a skit. It's just gonna happen.
That's why we do this shit remotely, because if it was in person, right, to go up, nigga. Somebody be slapped and somebody get slapped, you know.
It'd be like the competition in Russia or something.
Slap competition.
Yeah, the slapping competition.
They out there like, we knew there was a reason why these niggas don't record together. They violent. This male, they toxic males. We gotta get rid of them until we need them.
Until we need them.
Watch for the nigga with the talking powder.
Until a motherfucker need to be slapped.
Why that nigga got busted in target? Why that nigga Bosco walking around with talking powder in his child? Hold
up.
That nigga dusty as a motherfucker.
Got that baby powder.
Hold up. Are y'all saying we nigga trying? We get together, we form a big ass, 5-handed, black ass hand. This nigga trying.
Oh, shit.
Well, I'm like nigga trying to, the jizzer happen to be the head.
I'll form the thumb.
Nigga, we can put 10 at the head and play the Larry David music, nigga.
Nigga trying.
Oh, that was unnecessary shrapnel like a motherfucker.
Oh man, that got my stomach hurting. Oh my god, motherfucking grandma reaching her purse. You just hear that. Da 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 da. Okay, all right, I'm done. Woo! All right. Anyway, we ain't got no more tabs, man. I'm still my.
We have handed out all the smacks.
Yeah.
All the slaps.
All the slaps. I'm still in my feelings about this male toxic shit. So.
Hey, but before we go, can I shout out to trainer, to Will Smith for the Muhammad Ali movie? That nigga still had muscle memory reflex like a motherfucker.
Yeah, he did.
That shit was quick. I don't give a fuck what you say.
He did. Yeah. I don't know, man. I just.
Hey, we ain't do no sports, but I just want to say this real quick, man. LeBron James is a bad motherfucker, but the Lakers suck.
They do. Lakers are trash. I don't even watch a lot of it.
Them
You know
niggas
what?
suck.
Oh, you know what?
Them niggas can't even get a play-in game.
That's
Nah.
Hey, that's a good.
Okay.
Hey, thank you, brother Zeb. As we go into this weekend, or especially tomorrow, any Final Four picks? Any I guess not Final Four, but final picks for the crew out there.
Duke.
You got Duke, okay.
I'm going with I'm gonna go with North Carolina. I'm basing this off of nothing other than I want North Carolina to win.
Okay.
Because Duke beat the Fab Five.
Damn.
And
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it did.
Niggas
You know.
never let that go. I love
That's
it.
how petty. That's how petty.
Damn.
I love it. I love it.
Coach K is great. All that shit. He's a legend. You know.
Yes, he is.
Happy retirement. You know. I hope it comes tomorrow. His retirement.
Okay.
And who's the other game? The other game is Villanova and
Villanova and Kansas.
And Kansas. Oh God. Bye. I think Kansas is going to win because the old boy from Villanova, you know, he's hurt.
He got fucked
Oh
up.
yeah.
Yeah. So
That's so sad too. Like final fucking minutes
Yeah,
of
that
the
sucks.
game and you get fucked up.
Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. But yeah, because of that reason, I think Kansas probably gonna pull that off.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. I
Not Kansas.
yeah.
Not Kansas.
Not Kansas.
I ain't want to
Right.
say it. I ain't want to say it, but you know.
I wanted to say, like, for me, it's two parts, right? Not Kansas, because fuck Kansas, but not Kansas also because if Kansas loses, I win $110.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you said
the
it
office
last week.
pool. Yeah. So the way I'm looking at it, even if Duke loses, as long as Kansas loses, I still win monies.
You know what, man? Y'all right, man. I can't even. Yeah, you know, fuck Kansas. You're right.
No, I can't do it though. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Duke, but I can kind of go, okay. Been talking to my sister, and she's like, "Oh, Coach K, and blah 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 blah," you know, because she graduated from there. I'm like, okay, you know what? I got you can add to my agenda of fuck Kansas, and also I want my $110.
Right.
Nothing wrong with that.
Ain't nothing wrong
Gas
with
is
that.
high out here. We just talked about that shit.
What'd you say?
Hell yeah.
The gas is high out here. We just talked about
We
that shit.
just
That
talked about
$110 come in handy.
Hey, I told y'all it cost me like a little over $50 to fill my tank up. Nigga, that's two fill ups. Give me my money. But anyway, yeah, okay, all right, that's good. We got a little sports in. Hopefully, I don't know anything else. I don't know. Anyway, don't go around smacking people just because they say mean words. That's all I gotta say.
Smacking with a lawsuit.
Exactly.
A lawsuit. All right. Anyway, all right, man. Tabs tabulated. Nobody else, no caveats out there, man. Appreciate y'all time.
Of course.
We did it. Vote, because if you vote, you won't have to worry about motherfuckers like Lindsey Graham and Bitch McConnell who won't advance this Supreme Court justice to where she needs to be.
I'm glad you said that, bro. Yeah, I'm going to vote, but I haven't thought about that.
Yeah.
Election day is coming.
Election
It's,
day.
Tuesday.
Like I said on Twitter, man, I wish Will Smith would smack motherfuckers at doing the midterms in local elections, because that seems to be the only time you niggas open your eyes up to some bullshit.
Right.
But that's not here. I'm not here to shame niggas. They don't know better. They just niggas.
So y'all hear this shit on Monday.
Y'all hear this shit on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Go slap a nigga to go vote.
That's right.
I'm lying. Anyway.
Go vote.
Go vote. Yeah.
Just vote.
Go vote.
Just vote.
Yeah. Anyway. It's time for us to round up out this motherfucker, man. Slim AC. 10 meters. Zeb the Soldier. Half of the Buzzer Doom Joe Jeff. I'm the KC Stork. We are Brothers Breaking Bread. Triple B Podcast. Never, ever, ever miss a moment to break bread with your brothers. We out.
break bread with your brothers whenever possible.
Your happiest spring starts with Lowe's, and it all starts with the beautiful green lawn. Keep it looking sharp and save $50 on the K.L.P 40-volt self-propelled mower. Was $399, now just $349. And give the rest of your yard a healthy boost with a bag of our premium mulch at the everyday low price of $368. Create a season full of happiness at Lowe's. Home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, about 3/31 through 4/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. U.S. only.